Exam room to the courtroom this morning, new fronts in the fight against COVID-19. The CDC finding 16 to 24-year-olds who received the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine have experienced higher than normal cases of myocarditis and inflammation of the heart muscle. Myocarditis symptoms can include fever and fatigue, shortness of breath, and chest pain. The CDC said the higher rate of cases occurred especially among young men following their second dose of an mRNA vaccine, but notes the reports are rare, given the number of vaccine doses administered, and that most patients quickly felt better after receiving care. Federal officials calling it a clear imbalance, but adding more research needs to be done to confirm whether the vaccines are to blame.
The benefits of getting vaccinated far, far, far outweigh any of the potential risks or side effects.
The FDA turning its attention to kids. A top advisor now saying all children should be vaccinated, stressing herd immunity is critical with more contagious variants on the way. Now under FDA review, Moderna's new COVID vaccine specifically for 12 to 17-year-olds. But in Texas at Houston Methodist, doubts over all the vaccines have led to legal action.
You're willing to lose your job over this?
Yes.
Tell me why.
Because I am not going to take that vaccine.
Jennifer Bridges, one of 117 hospital workers, now part of a mass action lawsuit suing Houston Methodist for its policy requiring all staff to be vaccinated or terminated. The hospital thanking the more than 24,000 other employees who followed policy.
What the mandate has allowed us to do is go that last mile and get everybody vaccinated so we have every layer of protection for our patients that we possibly can.
And a court hearing has been set up for later today regarding that lawsuit here at Houston Methodist. And they are far from the only hospital group to have a vaccine mandate. Johns Hopkins Medicine, based in Baltimore, Maryland, has a similar rule in place. No pending litigation there so far.
Hey, thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Find your favorite recipes, celebrity interviews, uplifting stories, shop our favorite deals.
That's kind of interesting. I think I'm going to wait a minute before I play another video. I just want to finish this survey without thinking too hard. Elbing main battery reload time. The fuck do I think of this? I don't give a shit. Golden Liu airstrike armament changes. I don't give a shit. Minus 25%. How appealing are the rules for individual leagues to you? Bronze 7. Or is this 6? Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if they're actually appealing. Like, I kind of think like as soon as you have to put numbers, like you can only have so many of whatever fucking ship, then I like don't like it. Like this is like you can only have one carrier. You can only have 3 BBs. Like, I kind of think, fuck this shit. Let people bring whatever. It's their fucking. It's like supposed to be a war game as far as I'm concerned. It's supposed to be a war game, and so therefore I think like just properly balance that shit. Let people pick their own comps. That shit's not balanced. It's not balanced. Like just balance it. Every other game's got like healer, tank, support. I'm used to like 5v5 MOBAs, and you can get some weird comps and they still do good, but like. I mean, it's gamified. Let's not pretend it's not gamified. And since it's all fucking silly ass gamified, just balance this shit. Just personal opinion. How appealing are the brawl formats? They're all pretty neutral. It's not the format that's the issue. It's how many stupid fucking wins you have to do. All right, I answered the Brawls part. More feedback. Uh, it's more new player squishing, in my opinion. How do you spell ignorable? It's just no E in it? That ain't right. That is the spelling of it. I don't know. Some people are saying that ignorable is not a word, but it totally fucking is. Nerfs also is a word, and it's fucking throwing a fucking alert. All right. Is there anything else that I want to say? This is, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm going to say. There we go. There's the survey. It is what it is. I think the whole high school fucking event was dumb. Like, I think, like, it just has, like, an entirely pedo fucking feel to it, right? Like, it's just like, oh, ick. It's creepy. It's gross. I think some players are probably kids, so, like, they don't. It doesn't really affect some of them, maybe. Maybe some kids it affects and they're weird. But I think most probably aren't affected. But I think all the adults, it's fucking weird. Like, I don't know. Like, Dasha Perova's awesome, right? Like, she's a hot chick, whatever. But, I don't know. The little high school thing just seems like it's semi-sexualized minors. It's pretty creepy. Pretty creepy. I guess I do want the Rhode Island. I don't actually know how to get the fucking thing. You are guaranteed to find an item from one of the groups in the 40th container of this if it does not after. Okay. So this is 1 in 40 you're going to get. You're going to get one of these items. Okay. So it's this, but I don't know where the actual event is. I think it's here. Yeah, some level 13. I think accelerating progress is like $200 or some shit. So I'd have to spend 8,000 coins, right? Close. Back to port. Armory. Is it in the armory? Yeah. So it's like $35, something like that. No, it's more than that. It's $40. No, I gotta get 500. It'd be 500 coins. There's 500 coins. I don't see any. Well, anyways, it's like 30. It's like 34. 34 bucks. I don't know. I think at one point I really, really wanted the Halford, but now I just don't care about it. Like I said in the... Yeah, I don't know. I really wish that just fucking submarines would work better. Like if I felt that the torps would actually go where I targeted, I would probably play subs a lot more. But they don't, so I don't. Like I straight just don't play subs because the fucking torps are so annoying. I was gonna look at stocks today, but I think I looked at my account and it was like, well, you know, SPY's down, TLW's down. Do you want to take a loss and reposition, or what do you want to do? And I'm like, well, I'll just hold, I guess. I don't know why people still talk about libertarians. Like, they're locked in that whole free market thing, and it's just like, you can't. 13 days ago, a Surgeon General in Florida called a halt. Holy shit.
It's also developing right now. Florida's Surgeon General says for us to stop getting the COVID vaccine.
Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie is joining us live in the Alert Center tonight. So, Hannah, he says what's in the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines is a problem.
Yeah, Luann, Florida Surgeon General Dr. Latipo says he has safety concerns pertaining to the discovery of billions of DNA fragments found per dose in the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccines. And he says those concerns have not been addressed by the FDA or the CDC. Dr. Latipo says if the risks of DNA integration with COVID vaccines cannot be addressed, then the vaccines aren't appropriate for use in humans. He says he sent letters to the heads of the FDA and the CDC specifically questioning how this would impact humans in 3 main areas: healthy human genes being transformed into cancerous cells, chromosomal instability, and how the integration could affect unintended parts of the body, such as the heart, brain, lungs, even the injection site itself. We asked local Dr. Michael Sparks to weigh in. Dr. Sparks telling us with the state Surgeon General saying one thing and the FDA another, health providers are left stuck in the middle.
You know, new things are scary. If we look back historically, we've introduced new medications that we were told were very safe, were going to be very effective, and they turned out not to be safe or effective, and they caused a lot of birth defects, things like that. So it's not unreasonable to be worried about things that are new, and that's where the research comes into play. There have been so many millions of doses of this vaccine delivered, though, that if we were to expect to see some of these, theoretical problems, we should start seeing them.
Dr. Sparks adds it all comes down to the risk-benefit for each patient, and that should be discussed with your doctor. We did request an interview with Dr. Latipo. We
Jesus, she
didn't
has
hear
big
back.
tits.
At the Alert Center tonight, Hannah McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
This can't be real. My God. No, I don't know what to make of that. I'm not sure. I think they're fake. I don't know about this vaccine thing though. Like the cancer stuff. Like I think I've heard that before, that they all have like cancer issues and the mRNA issues and things like that. Like I don't know. Just seems like they pushed them out real fast and nobody had any idea if that shit was good or not. But and then like one half of our political system was just like, oh, they're good no matter what. Like, wait a second, what? How do you come to this realization that you just are gonna trust 3 corporations to make something brand new correctly? Like, what? I don't know. I guess that Tom Bilyeu invited the CIA guy back to his show, and this was 12 days ago. I kind of thought they were done. Like, I don't know why they need to talk more. Social media brainwashing. Dude, that shit is real. People will accept shit. No fucking evidence. Nothing. No consideration. No acknowledgement of failures or any issues or checks or anything like that. Like, I mean, I hate to throw somebody under the bus, but I know at least one person that just flat out is in denial that any company would ever make something wrong. Like, he called me a liar when I told him about the fucking blood clot that went through my eye. Like, shit, dude. How far are you gonna go? Tournament structure detailed. Rules. How to participate. Sign-ups. I don't understand this shit. These rules should be so much clearer than this shit. But they're just using like pronouns like crazy, and it's like, okay, so why can't you just say who the fuck's the balloons are going where? You know what I mean? Like, why are you saying there and them? Like, this is an instruction set. Don't fuck this up. And it shouldn't be complicated. Like, this is bullshit. At the start of each best of 3 round, each amateur team gets a pool of 50,000 doubloons that can be partially spent on acquiring boosters. Okay, so now there's apparently amateur teams and pro teams. I don't know what the difference is, but they're different. And then it says the total amount of doubloons spent on boosters by the amateur team is transferred to the opposing pro team's pool. Like, what? So the amateurs get boosters and the pro team gets doubloons? What the fuck? Why are the amateurs paying the pros? What the fuck's going on here? When a team wins a battle in the best of 3, their team will win 1/3 of their team's doubloon pool. Okay, so what? So the amateur team always has a 50k doubloon pool, but the pro team may not have a doubloon pool. So if they don't spend any doubloons, like, see, this just doesn't make any fucking sense. If the amateur team wins a battle, the amateur team, I believe they mean, get 1/3 of the remaining doubloons in their pool after buying boosters. What? If the pro team wins a battle, they get 1/3 of the total amount of doubloons the amateur team spent on buying boosters. What? Are there only 2 teams? What the fuck is this that I'm reading? Qualifier stages. Each victory scored by a team in the qualifying stage will isolate 1 rare bonus container each team's player. If a team wins the full best of 3 match, they get their full doubloon pool. Best of 3s. Okay. What the fuck? Participate and beat the pro tournament is open to anyone, as long as they can put together a team of 7 to 10. You must register at the WoW's tournament website. What the fuck am I even reading here? Tournament structures and rules. Prizes are awarded per player regardless of roster size. They can choose to have doubloons and steel sent to a clan treasury. Tournament prizes for qualifier stage. Rare economic tournament prizes for the show matches. Oh, the fuck? I don't know. This is too complicated. I'm not gonna do it. I think the rules would need to be much simpler. Like, this is fucking weird. I feel like it's some kind of a weird scam. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but if the amateurs are giving pros stuff, that just seems really ridiculous to me. I don't know what the hell. Like, maybe it's a fine, legitimate thing. It just looks weird to me. I really like it. Brawls. I think I have a few more brawls to clean up to finish up. Man, I wish I'd moved this week, but I didn't. Okay, so 9, 10, 11. Fuck. I gotta do like almost 12 of these things, or I do have to do 12. Fuck. Alright, is there anything useful to watch today? 2024 will be chaos. I don't really want more fear-mongering, Pfizer shit, vaccine data. That's probably not going to change everything. They're just going to go on ignoring that shit. I don't think people are going to change their mind. Like, I think people are going to be like, if you thought they were bad before, you're going to think they're still bad. And if you thought they were good before, you're probably going to still think they were good. And if you were on the fence before, that's because you knew they were bad, and you're going to still think they were bad. Like, I don't know. Like, I do think that anyone that's on the fence thinks they're effectively bad. Because I think, like, as soon as you're like, well, maybe it's not the best, then I think, like, reality sets in and you're like, oh, yeah, it's probably not the best. That's what I think anyway.
Brett Weinstein has told Tucker that an alarming number of people may have died as a result of the COVID vaccine. Meanwhile...
Oh my god, the fucking first thing he says, I can't believe he's got it on YouTube. I can't believe he's not, like, demonetized. Right off the bat, he says that somebody told somebody that a lot of people died from the vaccine right off the fucking bat.
Our movement and potentially avert the kind of global peculiarities that we're addressing right now. You will have seen perhaps Brett Weinstein on Tucker talking about how many people potentially died as a result of recent medical interventionism during the pandemic period. Indeed, we reported on that data capture from New Zealand that revealed that the figures could be as high as 17 million. Now, these are purely speculative figures at this stage, and I wouldn't like to posit anything other than that.
I can't
but certainly
not
we know
laugh.
that adverse events are extremely high. Certainly we know that reporting has been deliberately obfuscating and confusing around this matter. One thing that's for sure is that Pfizer, we know that adverse events are extremely high. Certainly we know that reporting has been deliberately obfuscating and confusing around this matter. One thing that's for sure is that Pfizer and their CEO, Albert Bourla, are pretty confident that there's going to be a turbo cancer explosion. This could be as high as 17 million. Now, these Weinstein on Tucker talking about how many people potentially died as a result of recent medical intervention.
Okay, he's going to say 17 million. I really want to catch this part because I don't, that seems really, really high.
During the pandemic period. Indeed, we reported on that data capture from New Zealand that revealed that the figures could be as high as 17 million. Now, these are purely speculative figures at this stage, and I wouldn't like to posit anything other than that. But certainly we know that adverse events are extremely high. Certainly we know that reporting has been deliberately obfuscating and confusing around this matter. One thing that's for sure is that Pfizer and their CEO, Albert Bourla, are pretty confident that there's going to be a turbo cancer explosion all around the world. And guess what? There has been recently, and this is a fact, an extraordinary and unprecedented rise of cancer in young people. And scientists are baffled as to what could be causing it. I wonder if it's comparable to the recent rise. This could be as high as 17 million. Now, they're talking about how many...
He talks so fast, I missed it again.
People potentially died as a result of recent medical interventionism during the pandemic period. Indeed, we reported on that data capture from New Zealand that revealed that the figures could be as high as 17 million. Now, these are purely speculative figures at this stage, and I wouldn't like to posit anything other than that. But certainly we know that adverse events are extremely high. Certainly we know that reporting has been deliberately obfuscating and confusing around this matter. One thing that reported on that data capture from New Zealand that revealed that the figures could be as high as 17 million. Now, these are purely speculative figures at this stage, and I wouldn't like to posit anything other than that. But certainly we know that adverse events are extremely high. Certainly we know that reporting has been deliberately obfuscating and confusing around this matter. One thing that's for sure is that Pfizer and their CEO, Albert Bourla, are pretty confident that there's going to be a turbo cancer explosion all around the world. And guess what? There has been recently, and this is a fact, an extraordinary and unprecedented rise of cancer in young people. And scientists are baffled as to what could be causing it. I wonder if it's comparable to the recent rise in heart disease around the world. Now, if you want to see us speaking about this more plainly, join our movement. Details below. But let's get into this story now. First of all, by looking at Brett Weinstein talking to Tucker. Then we're going to look at Baller betting that turbo cancers are going to explode around the world. And you know, when Baller makes a moonshot, Baller hits the moon. He's like some sort of Bond villain. When that guy says, I'm going to hit the moon, there's going to be some new craters up there. So let's watch out for that. We'll also be looking at this extraordinary rise in cancer in young people and seeing if there's any connection between that. And, oh, I don't know, would you become more suspicious if you found out, for example, that the makers of mRNA vaccines had indemnity from legal prosecution? That would be an interesting piece of evidence as well, wouldn't it? First of all, let's start with Brett Weinstein talking to Tucker about the potential number of deaths from recent medical interventions.
I was recently at a conference in Romania on the COVID crisis, and so there was a lot of work trying to unpack what we actually understand. And
I love Brett Weinstein. He always looks a little bit down, doesn't he? Like, I feel like Brett Weinstein, even if he was giving you a birthday gift, he would still be a bit down. Heather and I have bought you this book token. You probably don't want it. Listen, I'll throw it in the bin. No, I like it. No, it's not good enough. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it.
I saw a credible estimate of something like 17 million deaths globally from this technology. So
17 million deaths from the COVID vax?
Those figures line up with what Steve Kirsch said when he was on our show pertaining to the New Zealand data breach, which obviously the legacy media are not reporting on. And as a side note, Tucker's done his hair slightly differently.
Well, when you scale up to billions, it's not hard to reach a number like that with a technology this dangerous. People's willingness to accept the erosion of their rights because of a public health emergency has allowed this tyranny to use it as a Trojan horse. It's something people need to become aware of. There are a number of features of our environment. Basically, they are blind spots that we can't see past. Vaccine was one, and I know I was an enthusiast about vaccines. I still believe deeply in the elegance of vaccines as they should exist. But I'm now very alarmed at how they are produced, and I'm even more alarmed at what has been called a vaccine that doesn't meet the definition. Because...
Okay, I gotta say something about what he said. The way that they're produced is shitty. Like, there's not a good way to produce them. There just isn't. Like, it has to be done pretty much in a factory. It's got to be done with some form of automation, PLCs. And there's going to be workers that got to monitor that, and the systems aren't going to be perfect, and parts are always going to go bad. There's always going to be wear over time on parts. There's going to be capacitors that are going to go bad. There's going to be coils that will be, switched on and off enough that they eventually fail. It's the nature of electronics. I mean, it's just. And that's just talking about just like how they're produced, right? And it's not even talking about like the environment or how clean it is or how sterile it is. That's just the mechanical process itself and the electrical process itself, like how they're not perfect. That they can't be, perfect. So, hopefully this battleship isn't just dead. Oh, he's fucked. That's a lot. Oh shit, another wave of torps. Yeah, he's in rough shape. And this guy he's kind of in this cloud here. I don't think he can see me. I think he's in that cloud. I don't know how long that cloud's gonna last, but I probably can get pretty damn close though. I think I can just smack him real hard and win.
Вы последняя надежда команды. Дымогенератор запущен. Постановка дымов завершена.
He's not on fire yet. Oh yeah, back to my smoke cloud probably.
Двигатель в штатном режиме.
This torp is really annoying. Can you fucking not?
До конца боя осталось 5 минут.
No, I think those torps are going to be good.
Команда противника близка к победе. Дымогенератор запущен.
Oh, I'm dead. He got me. I didn't get enough torps on him, I guess. Next battle. All right, let's continue this.
Many of us believe that vaccines were an extremely elegant, low harm, high efficacy method of preventing disease. When they called this mRNA technology a vaccine, many of us gave it more credibility than we should have.
Yeah, they called mRNA. They are a new thing. They're not vaccines. They don't even work like vaccines. It's nothing like it.
When you see legacy media reporting on figures like Brett Weinstein and indeed the perspectives of people like Brett, it's always astonishing to actually see them and how diffident and considered and scientific and gentle they are, because of course in legacy media they're talked about as like hysterical, hyperbolic. What this type of media has revealed to us is there are a variety of perspectives that have to be condemned as hysterical, because otherwise they seem completely reasonable. What he's saying there is that he has all manner of respect for vaccine technology, but what happened in the last couple of years was an intervention that used the word vaccine as a kind of veil to mask what they actually were. And all of you guys, let me know in the chat and the comments, commonly use phrases like experimental technology and stuff like that, and clearly that's a pretty valid perspective.
If they had called it a gene transfection technology, we would have thought, wait, what? You know, that sounds highly novel and it sounds dangerous, and how much do we know about the long-term implications?
Also, we know that there was so much marketing pumped into vaccines. You saw all of the musical numbers, the government campaigns. They didn't just plainly and pragmatically say, listen, this is a new technology that we have, give it a whirl. It was extraordinary, bombastic, distracting. In fact, all of the evangelism, hysteria and zeal exists on the apparently rational side of the argument, where the counter-narratives, those that are inquiring, those that might refer to ourselves as the resistance, are a variety of characters, but many of them involve highly rational, quite calm individuals like Brett there.
But because they called it a vaccine, people were much more willing to accept it.
But before we get into Albert Bourla's new moonshot, turbo cancers, here at last, let's first examine whether or not pharmaceutical companies are opportunistic and would see crises as a great chance to make money, explore new techniques, or even create market conditions that would otherwise be inconceivable.
Ultimately, the mRNA vaccines are an example for that cell and gene therapy. I always like to say, if we had surveyed 2 years ago in the public, would you be willing to take gene or cell therapy and inject it into your body, we would have probably had a 95% refusal rate.
What if we were to terrify you for a couple of years? Would you consider it then, oh, I suppose I'm terrified. And what if we shamed you? Oh, yes, shame, I wouldn't like that. And we lock you in your home, of course. All right, I'll take your damn product.
I think this pandemic has also opened many people's eyes to...
Yes, it's suddenly opened a lot of people's eyes. That's part of the problem, isn't it? They went too far. They overplayed their hand. Many people's eyes are opening.
To innovation in the way that was maybe not possible before.
Okay, so we've seen now Weinstein's claim that the vaccine wasn't even really a vaccine. We've seen people from within the industry saying it was extraordinary and admitting that they were opportunistic in their approach to this. Now, let's get into Pfizer's new moonshot, turbo cancers. Many of you will know that it's an accepted, even sort of quasi-mainstream media critique that Pfizer aren't an innovative pharmacological company where scientists are in laboratories doing all sorts of experiments. This is me being a scientist. Come on, get 8 mouses, splash that one. Oh my God, my eyes. No, Pfizer operate more like a venture capitalist organisation, in this case buying up a smaller company that's been working on medications for turbo cancers. They've recently paid over the odds $43 billion for a company that has a $2 billion a year turnover, which seems to suggest that Albert Bourla and Pfizer think that turbo cancers are going to be a big thing in the future. Why would they think that? What's the evidence? What is that prognosis, dark as it may be for the rest of us, based on? Well, cancer is seemingly on the rise, and we'll be telling you a little bit more about that in young people. We've already seen excess sudden deaths. We've seen myocarditis, pericarditis, unexplained heart attacks, collapsing. Now it seems that there's a rise of cancer. What's happened lately? What could be causing this mysterious flare-up in all sorts of diseases? Let me know in the comments and chat. Here, though, is Albert Bourla talking about his new moonshot. And I like the way they keep continually selling this as if he's some sort of brilliant, genius entrepreneur, rather than a person who appears to be exploiting misery for money.
Lastly, what is Pfizer's next moonshot and how do you expect to get there?
She's not even that into it. What is Pfizer's next moonshot? Come on, get into it. This is a moonshot.
Where we put all our efforts, because again, based on the discussion we have for strategy, we think we have the capabilities to make a difference, and there is a huge need.
Gotta help people. Gotta help them.
From the world to see a difference is cancer.
With all this corruption in the world, it's nice to know there are some things we can rely on, like your love, your tenacity and vitality, and our partners, like field of green to pledge. Each super promo code, of course, statistically, have had cancer or know people that have had cancer. And to hear it just spoken about in terms of a business opportunity is kind of a little jarring, but that is the world we live in. Again, the pandemic period was revelatory. It revealed things that were always present up until the pandemic. Normal anti-establishment folk used to just not trust Pfizer, and because of stuff like Purdue Pharma and the opioid crisis and the Sackler family and the numerous times that Pfizer have made massive settlements out of court. But suddenly, during the pandemic period, they got sort of reframed as kind of the Avengers, sometimes literally using the Avengers in some of their promo. Why are academia, the corporate world, and pharmacology all teaming together to present disease as a kind of business opportunity? Well, because that's the reality of the world we live in. But has something extraordinary happened in the last few years to make people more sick, or keep people sick, or just to treat the world as one big marketplace of Burberry pale, sick, insipid people that just eat dreadful food and then have to make ourselves better using moon juice spurted out from Baller? Sorry, made myself feel a bit sick there.
And disproportionately organizing
What the fuck?
the whole organization to make sure that this area is well equipped to be successful. Cancer.
Where's this guy
That's
going?
the new moonshot.
Okay, let's have a look at some of the financial details around Baller's investment. He said there that the next moonshot is cancer. Let's have a look at where Pfizer have put their money where your cancer is. Pfizer has stunned the medical world, completing the $43 billion acquisition of Seagen, a small drug company that treats turbo cancers and barely makes $2 billion per year. We're struggling to get by, sir, on barely $2 billion a year. What day is it? It's Christmas Day, of course. Sir, run down there and give me your finest goose and some drugs for turbo cancers. They're going to be big this year. The acquisition means Pfizer becomes the largest oncology company in the world, capable of treating most turbo cancers. Are we all going to be getting turbo cancer? Do not leave your home for 6 months, otherwise you will get turbo cancer. Wear a mask, put on a hat, shut your mouth, otherwise it's turbo cancer for you. Merry Christmas. However, the nature of the acquisition has left many people scratching their heads. Probably one of the symptoms of turbo cancer. Why would Pfizer, flush with the enormous profits it has reaped through its mRNA vaccine, Brett Weinstein would say it shouldn't be called a vaccine, overpay $43 billion for a small cancer drug company? Pfizer does not need the cash. It will also issue $31 billion in debt just to purchase Sagan. So that's extraordinary. Pfizer are backing the idea that turbo cancers are about to become extremely profitable to the tune of $43 billion. That's an interesting move, because ultimately that's the bottom line. That's what we can read. Remember, our most reliable information with regard to excess deaths came not from the medical establishment, but from insurance companies who are like, we can't keep insuring people. They keep dying for no reason all of a sudden. So money matters, particularly when trying to get some verifiable data to make analysis from. But it gets even worse. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla did a media interview tour about the $43 billion Sagan acquisition. Here are the key takeaways from his interviews. 33% of people will get turbo cancer in the future. Of this is certain. You're not getting turbo cancer. You're not getting turbo cancer. You know.
You're not going to lose your job. You're not going to lose your job. You know, you're not going to lose your job.
Entire families will be affected. Again, he's certain. The new cancer treatments are like missiles that will target most turbo cancers. Once again, we see the militaristic language deployed that we became familiar with during the pandemic period, how it had to be framed as a war. Do you remember that kind of the amount of effort that went into that? Do your part, do your bit. This is kind of like our war. At the beginning, at the fun bit of the pandemic, do you remember the fun bit? Oh, we're all staying indoors. And there were sort of songs and memes and stuff like that. The language that's used around these things is interesting and potentially revealing. Pfizer will produce them at a scale that has never been seen before. Oh, that's weird. Almost like they've recently had practice in setting up operations where they can issue drugs at an unprecedented level. How extraordinary. Almost like in our country, the UK, Moderna were given taxpayer money to set up factories to continue to create medications for pandemics that aren't currently here. Although there's a WHO treaty coming to a country near you ensuring that you will pay for future pandemics. By 2025, Pfizer will have a global network. We have a very quick way of completing clinical trials. Does that involve using minimal number of mouses to reach very profitable conclusions? How did you get access to the labs? Well, I don't know, I just followed some of the bats as they fluttered in through your open air vents. Will be produced at scale, just like mRNA. Like, they're using that as if that's like, this is a sequel, as if that was something we're all pleased with. Remember the success of mRNA? Well, I've got some questions. Well, it's even better, because this time it's cancer. Think about what Baller Bourla is telegraphing
they
with this
stop?
information. Why would any company need to produce cancer treatments at a scale never before seen? Why would Pfizer, of all companies, be willing to bet tens of billions of dollars on turbo cancer continuing to explode at exponential rates around the world in coming years? Seeking Alpha Analysis theorizes it's going to take Pfizer at least a decade just to break even from this deal. Financially, this $43 billion acquisition makes no sense for Pfizer unless Bourla knows something about the future they're not telling us. But remember, what we're looking for here is a connection between Brett Weinstein saying that many more people than has been surmised have died as a result of those medications and Albert Bourla's latest investment. Let's have a look at the Florida Surgeon General talking about potential risks of the vaccines before looking to see whether or not there has been a rise in cancer in young people. There has been a rise. Let's have a look.
It's also developing right now. Florida Surgeon General says for us to stop getting the COVID vaccine.
Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie is joining us live in the Alert Center tonight. So, Hannah, he says what's in the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines is a problem.
Yeah, Luann, Florida Surgeon General Dr. Latipo says he has safety concerns pertaining to the discovery of billions of DNA fragments found per dose in the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccines. And he says those concerns have not been addressed by the FDA or the CDC. Dr. Latipo says if the risks of DNA integration with COVID vaccines cannot be addressed, then the vaccines aren't appropriate for use in humans.
But that only applies to humans, so it's not all bad, because the mouses, they're presumably fine. Excuse me!
He says he sent letters to the heads of the FDA and the CDC specifically questioning how this was impact humans in three main areas. Healthy human genes being transformed into cancerous cells.
So it could cause cancer then, I suppose. And would it cause those cancers slowly or quickly? Well, quite quickly. Turbo speed. Yeah, turbo cancers. Yeah, could cause that.
Chromosomal instability.
I wish that guy had come and fought that battleship instead of letting that battleship fuck me up.
Unintended parts of the body, such as the heart, brain, lungs, even the injection site
I think he wanted to fight the cruiser solo.
Have we heard
and then
of
died
any
the
heart
battleship.
issues in people that have been vaccinated? Although it was initially dismissed as a conspiracy theory, we now know that many vaccine-like products do affect the heart. But cancers? Albert Bourla certainly seems to believe a lot of people are going to be getting cancer soon. But is there
I don't know what they call the
evidence?
vaccine.
Because
The
I like
mRNA
to follow
thing,
the
the
science
mRNA
all the
thing.
way
It's
to the
totally
tumor.
separate.
Among younger people, it says more people are getting colorectal cancer and more people are dying from it. While the cause of the uptick is not clear, doctors say they do have theories about what may be driving the rise.
Yeah, it's so bizarre, right?
More.
Doctors are sounding the alarm about cancer diagnoses on the rise in people younger than 50.
And maybe the scariest thing about that is that we actually don't know what is driving this uptick.
Colorectal cancer is just one of the several common cancers on the rise in young adults under 50 in the past 20 years.
A new report from the American Cancer Society anticipates 153,000 new colorectal cancer cases this year and about 52,000 deaths. 60% of new cases are advanced stage disease, and rates are increasing among younger people.
Shockingly, 1 in 5 people who will be diagnosed presently are younger than 55 years of age, which is quite young for colorectal cancer.
Doctors aren't sure what's driving that trend, but say more than half of colorectal cancers are attributed to factors under your control, like diet, exercise, and smoking.
It's your fault that you got cancer, and if Albert Bourla makes some money out of that, that's none of your business. Although you did fund the research and development for many of the products that have made Pfizer so rich in the first place. It's your fault. So there you have it, a story in which it becomes clear that more people appear to have died than is being publicly acknowledged as a result of medical administrations in the last couple of years. Information that is suppressed about myocarditis, pericarditis, and other heart conditions is now entering the mainstream. We are seeing Albert Bourla and Pfizer investing heavily in turbo cancers, and elsewhere we're seeing cancer on the rise. A cynical, skeptical, analytical, and discerning person might think that there's some connection between all these phenomena. A drug that was introduced to the marketplace without significant or even sufficient trialing has potential side effects that we're still learning about. I don't make any hysterical assumptions or random or ridiculous connections, but it seems to me the way that this has been handled, the way this has been reported on, down, the way that information has been controlled, repressed, obfuscated, diluted, misrepresented. It seems to me that all of us would do well to remain very, very discerning, awake and aware when it comes to the business dealings of pharmaceutical giants globally. If Albert Bourla thinks that turbo cancers are going to be on the rise, and cancer more generally is on the rise in young people, I think it's appropriate to stay awake and alert and be very, very careful what medications you take, because some of the consequences and side effects could be literally fatal. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and the chat below. Let me know how you're staying across this complicated and evolving story and what it's done to your trust in the media, your trust in Big Pharma, your trust in the state, and how you would like to see your life and your community organised subsequently. Remember, we are part of a movement that's resisting this kind of change and this type of corruption. If you'd like to join us, click the link in the description. We'd love to have you. More important than any of that, if you can, please stay free.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content
anything
where free
against it,
speech
like
can
it's a really
flourish,
tough
join
situation,
our
right?
live
Like,
stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video
nobody
if
wants
you want
to get cancer,
or
and
become a member
nobody
of
wants
a
to get
growing
COVID,
movement.
right?
Download the Rumble app and you'll
It's
be
really
informed
sad.
every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
How is he not on fire? Yeah, there we go. Okay, all his guns are aimed at me. I'm dead. Yep. Yep. That was a good play by them. I can get my torps off, or I missed my torps to one fire, or I missed my torps the other fire, so that's fine. Alright. Is super cancer real? Let's go this week. This is a, looks like it might be a CNN video, I don't know. I wonder what their take's gonna be. Oh, Control-Shift-T. Oh, it's live January 17th at 6 p.m. Okay, well, it's not right now. Oh, here we go.
Saying that the lunatics have taken over the asylum used to be a joke. Now it's our day-to-day reality. The British regime, and I phrase it that way deliberately to take account of the fact the rot goes much deeper than just the government. Those empty sock puppets playing the parts of elected representatives took the decision last week to bomb Yemen. It goes without saying nowadays that we, the British people, were not consulted in advance, far less our blessing sought, for the making of more war on more people we don't know.
Why are they bombing
Without any
Yemen?
recourse to Parliament, that hollow charade supposedly comprising those sent by us to do our bidding and so take care of our best interests. Ha ha ha, what nonsense. But which in reality is a mob of self-serving frauds who, if integrity was dynamite, couldn't blow their own noses. Without consulting that confederacy of dunces, unelected Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and unelected Foreign Secretary David Cameron and the rest of the goons dispatched warplanes to Yemen in our name. According to our government's own website, quote, on 11th of January, Royal Air Force aircraft joined coalition forces in striking a number of facilities used by the Houthi rebel faction in Yemen. to attack shipping in the southern Red Sea, end quote. Thanks for telling us, lads. All-encompassing war in the Middle East, anyone? And so, in addition to helping underwrite the slaughter of generations of Ukrainian men and boys in the name of non-existent democracy and creeping NATO expansion and the carpet bombing of babies and the rest of the civilian population of Gaza, our taxes, the nation's wealth, as yet unearned and only added to the Himalayan mountain of debt, is being spent, you might say, securing the Red Sea. The Red Sea is more than 3,000 miles from London. RAF aircraft are dropping bombs on people there to help secure that waterway. And yet the British regime is incapable, or rather prohibited, from securing the English Channel that you can practically see from the roof of the Palace of Westminster. That's what we supposedly pay our taxes for, remember, at least in part, the security of our borders. I shouldn't need to say I'm not here calling for the bombing of the Channel, but in this time of lunacy,
yeah, actually has to
I
say
will
that.
make clear I don't think it's too much to ask for a bit of effort to maintain a border. But while our unelected, self-promoted, self-described leaders rub their hands with glee at the prospect of further investing in the dividends payable by the military-industrial complex, the southern approaches to the United Kingdom are spread wide for the pleasure of all comers. Roll up, get your British taxpayer-funded free life here and help yourselves to whatever catches your eye while you're at it. Like us, the citizens of the US have no meaningful southern border. Millions of new people have arrived in recent years. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who declared the Big Apple a sanctuary state for immigrants cheerfully enough, now says it will cost $12 billion to house and care for the tens of thousands flooding the streets for the next 3 years. He said this year New York must spend $5 billion on its immigrants, more than it spends on police, fire and sanitation combined. Those on the move are victims too. It's the decisions by our so-called leaders to repeatedly bomb the Middle East, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria and on and on and on that provokes the millions into moving elsewhere, including here. Is it a deliberate flooding of the West, a deliberate destabilising of the West, or just the byproduct of greed and corruption? I said at the top the lunatics have taken over, but at best they're lunatics, because if it's not madness that drives them to drive the rest of us off a cliff, then it must be pure and simple badness. Hardly a soul in authority is prepared to talk about the excess dying every moment of every day here and in countries all around the world. 100,000 extra dead in the United Kingdom since January 2022, 30,000 more than all the British civilians killed in 6 years of World War II, and yet the official silence on the matter blows like tumbleweed down the corridors of power. And while young people drop dead and otherwise healthy people of all ages are harvested in hitherto unheard of numbers by heart disease and turbo cancer, our old friend Pfizer has been spending some of its recently acquired massive wealth buying companies that develop drugs to treat heart disease and turbo cancer. I don't know about you, but until just a few months ago, I'd never heard of turbo cancer. For me, the C word alone had always been scary enough. 4-cylinder, 5-gear kind of cancer, already capable of moving at lethal speed. All of a sudden now, though, we've got turbo cancer, fuel injected, maybe with a bottle of nitrous oxide on the side for that sudden terrifying burst of speed across the line. I
know what turbo cancer is. I don't know if this is just rhetoric or if it's a real thing. Like, is there a more advanced form of cancer?
Pfizer that made billions pushing something they called a vaccine,
because if it's
but
just
it was actually a
bullshit
gene
terminology, I don't want to use it. But if it's like a real thing, I want to use it.
$43 billion to snap up Seagen, a small outfit specialising in treating turbo cancers, making Pfizer overnight the unchallenged global leader in cancer treatment. Borla has been all over the media predicting turbo cancers will affect a third of the world in the years ahead, even declaring that entire families will be affected. No one asks him why, obviously, just a new fact of life. He delights in informing us that Pfizer will be able to produce Seagen's drugs at unprecedented scale, much like it was able to do with those mRNA-based injectables during the so-called pandemic. Pfizer have also spent more billions snapping up Arena Pharmaceuticals, another small company that specialises in treatments for immuno-inflammatory diseases, including myocarditis. the condition that has, oddly enough, in the past few years, stopped the hearts of an unprecedented number of otherwise fit and healthy youngsters, including elite sports people on the field of play. Quote, "We're excited to add the impressive experience and pipeline of Arena Pharmaceuticals to Pfizer's inflammation and immunology therapeutic area, helping us further our purpose of developing breakthroughs to change the lives of those with immunoinflammatory diseases," said Mike Gladstone, Global President and General Manager of Pfizer Inflammation and Immunology. The southern borders of the UK and the United States lie undefended. Millions of citizens spend sleepless nights fearful about the future, about paying bills, heating their homes and feeding their children. And yet, in another stunt at our expense, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak skips out of beleaguered and broken Britain to hug fellow homunculus Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and hand him another £2.5 billion we haven't even had the chance to earn yet. Quote, "Our support cannot and will not falter," he declares. "Britain is with you for as long as it takes," open brackets, regardless of how many British lives must lie in tatters or cold in the ground on account of my unelected, unasked for and unwanted contribution to the state of the nation, close brackets. If insanity is, as Albert Einstein said, endlessly repeating the same action in expectation of a different outcome, then the British electorate is collectively as mad as a cut snake for continually trusting more of the same politicians to care a jot whether we live or die, far less to act in anything approaching our best interests. The madness is all around the world. The scaffolding of nations is buckling under the weight of the lunacy and the wickedness of those in charge.
That's pretty
bold. In Germany, thousands upon thousands of farmers and other citizens have gathered to protest the spending of their taxes on endless wars, while those tasked with feeding the nation cannot afford to buy fuel for tractors. Instead of admitting mistakes, German politicians fall back on more name-calling, tossing around the far-right label in a doomed bid to silence the righteous. The truth is, our so-called leaders have no concern for the peoples of their countries. It's true in the United States, in Germany, all over Europe, and it's true here. In recent days, we've been invited to consider what happened to more than 900 British sub-postmasters, wrongly and shamefully prosecuted for theft, jailed, humiliated and otherwise destroyed, when in fact it was technology, trumpeted and installed by Tony Blair's government, that made the mistakes and unleashed the mayhem. The truth has been available in every way that matters for years, but it was denied, denied and denied again by all those responsible. A TV drama aired, and all at once the guilty were falling over one another to shed crocodile tears. Sir Ed Davey, now leader of the Lib Dems, but then the government's postal minister under Prime Minister David Cameron, trousered the better part of £250,000 while also serving the law firm that so aggressively and effectively targeted those sub-postmasters. Even as the evil was at its height, he refused to meet, far less to listen to those suffering the wrong of it all. Also turning a blind eye was Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer, sometime boss of public prosecutions.
I could have got a good shot, but he's just, I don't know.
Unmitigated gall to take it upon himself to describe the destruction of nearly 1,000 lives as one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in our nation's history. Without doubt, those people are the victims of an obscene and unforgivable wrong. But to have to listen to more insincerity devoid of a grain of genuine empathy from the man presiding over so much else that's terribly amiss, the ongoing horror of excess dying, of undiscussed, unexplained causes in the aftermath of the so-called pandemic, ruinous lockdowns, the handing over of our unearned billions to perpetuate the profitable slaughter in Ukraine, the slaughter in Gaza, to attack Yemen in our name without our consent, is nothing more than salt rubbed in open wounds. At Harvard University, the very summit of aspiration in the US, the self-righteous intelligentsia of diversity, equity and inclusivity are running for cover, exposed like bedbugs from under a flipped mattress by a bright light, alleging plagiarism, which is what educated people call cheating. If the ideologues of woke, those demanding enthusiasm for, among other pursuits, the surgical mutilation of children, are stripped of their claims of expert
what educated
status,
people call cheating.
on what other grounds could they possibly insist on lording it over us mere mortals, armed only with common sense and truth? And so here we are in a lunatic asylum governed at best by lunatics, at worst by cheats, liars and sociopaths. Here's the thing. Next week, the usual suspects, the billionaires and the bosses of transnational corporations and their assorted hangers-on will gather again in Davos in the mountains of Switzerland, there to plot more of the fate they have in mind for the pesky human race. The published agenda this time is about rebuilding trust. Trust in those mad clowns. What they need up there
Is that
in
really
Davos
what the Davos,
with their heads in the clouds
the theme of the
are
Davos convention
well-tailored
is? It can't
straitjackets
be.
and
It's
padded
fucking
cells.
hilarious. Fucking trust. Oh shit. There's got to be some good propaganda about Davos, right? It's a thing that happens. This is a guy at Davos. Here we
I
go.
want to get an understanding from you about what Ukraine is doing for 2024, because last year, 2023, was all about a counteroffensive. 2022 was about defending themselves from Putin's invasion and getting the allies to coalesce around them. What is the plan for 2024? Because this is what the Americans want to know.
The plan is to demonstrate for President Putin that he will not win on the battlefield. And the way to do that is for NATO allies to continue to provide unprecedented military support to Ukraine. The United States is, of course, key, but the good thing is that this is really burden sharing among NATO allies. European allies, Canada, are also providing substantial support to Ukraine.
But there's rumors that Canada's looking at decreasing their defense spending. And at the Warsaw Security Conference, we had one of the UK ministers come out and say, what more is it going to take for Europe than a war on European soil for these countries to have a defense spending of 2%?
Well, the good news now is that allies are investing more over the last few years. We have seen.
So do you think this was a wake-up call?
Absolutely. So first of all, we made an important decision in 2014 when Russia went into Ukraine the first time and annexed Crimea and took parts of East Donbass. Then we actually agreed in NATO to start to increase our defense spending. And since 2014, allies have increased defense spending substantially. But after a full-fledged invasion in 2022, of course, they started to do even more. And the result is that now more and more allies are spending 2% of GDP or even more on defense. We have in total added 450 billion extra US dollars for the defense across Europe and Canada. And they are investing in advanced weapon systems, F-35s, air defense systems, both to protect NATO territory, but also to be able to continue to provide supplies to Ukraine.
So what is the ask specifically from Zelensky?
His ask is to get more weapons and more sustainment of those weapons. So this is about deploying new batteries, air defense batteries, artillery, and so on. But this war is now becoming a war of attrition, meaning that it's not only about deploying new systems, but also ensuring that we have enough ammunition, that we have enough spare parts and maintenance. And allies are doing exactly that. We're also working with the Ukrainian defense industry to help to increase production inside Ukraine. So yes, it's a huge task. We should not underestimate Russia in any way, but we have to remember where this started. When the full-fledged invasion happened in February, most experts believed that Putin was going to take control of Kyiv within days and Ukraine within weeks. That didn't happen. The Ukrainians have liberated roughly 50% of the territory that Russia occupied in the beginning.
The feeling in Washington is this last supplemental aid will be the last one. We're going into an election year. It's a deeply divided political situation. What happens then looking into 2025? How can Ukraine sustain itself without the backing of the United States?
Wars are by nature unpredictable, and no one can say exactly how this war will end or when it will end. But what we do know is that we
Snuck around the corner and dealt 200
Putin
damage.
to win, because that will be a tragedy for the Ukrainians, but it will also be dangerous for us, because then the message to President Putin is that when he violates international law, when he attacks another country,
I like this guy's accent.
he gets
It's really
what he
cool.
wants, and that will be dangerous for all NATO allies. And perhaps more importantly, or as as important for the United States is that this will also be very closely monitored in Beijing. And of course, the threshold for China using military force in another part of the world will go down if President Putin is allowed to get what he wants by using force in Ukraine. So it matters for the United States, for the security of the United States, that President Putin doesn't win in Ukraine, and therefore we need to support Ukraine.
An obvious theme that's come up, even just being in Davos for 24 hours, has been this concern in Europe specifically, and a lot of members around the world, of Trump 2.0 returning. He had a big win last night in Iowa. This is someone you spent a lot of time with. When Europeans like Christine Lagarde last week said Trump is a threat to Europe, when they say that, and you spent a lot of time with this man, what's your response?
Well, first of all, it's not for me to be part of the US election, as it's not my responsibility being part of any election inside the NATO alliance in different NATO allied countries.
But do you think he's a threat to Europe?
What I believe is that regardless of the outcome of the elections in the United States, the US will remain a staunch and important NATO ally, because it is the security interest of the United States to have more than 30 friends and allies, something China, Russia doesn't have at all. It makes the US safer and stronger to have NATO. It's a good deal for the United States to have NATO. Second, there's strong bipartisan support in the Congress for NATO. And thirdly, the main complaint from President Trump and from the United States over many years has been that European NATO allies are not investing enough in NATO. That's exactly what they now do. So we have a very good story to tell, that yes, we understand that the United States complained about that so few allies invested 2% of GDP on defense, but yes, now more and more allies are doing exactly that. So we have a good story to tell on burden sharing within the alliance, and I think that also underlines why the United States will remain a committed NATO ally.
Well, we have some fresh comments from President Trump when he was here at Davos in 2020. French European Commissioner
fresh
came out
comments
as
from
part of this
2020.
meeting where Trump told Ursula von der Leyen, quote, "By the way, NATO is dead and we will leave. We will quit NATO." Do you think if he came back into power, he will leave NATO?
Well, I met President Trump in many different meetings. We discussed many issues, also sometimes difficult discussions, but he never said anything like that to me. And what he said was that he thought it was unfair that Europeans spent so little on defense, or most Europeans. And the reality is that has been the message from the United States for many years. It was President President Obama that was president when he actually made the agreement in 2014 to start to increase defense spending. Then we have heard the same message from President Biden now. So yes, we took that very seriously, and therefore we are delivering. And I have heard nothing about leaving NATO, but I heard something about the need to spend more.
So these are potentially threats that he's saying behind the scenes, but you don't think the United States would actually carry it out?
I don't think so, because it is in the security interest of the United States to have a strong NATO. It's obvious that the strong NATO is good for Europe, but it's also good for the United States. To have close security cooperation with the United Kingdom, with Germany, with Canada, with many other with European allies, gives the United States a platform to project power around the world. It provides them with intelligence that get only through the NATO cooperation.
If on the battleship didn't get blasted with torpedoes.
It is also a great advantage if you compare or are concerned about China, because if you put the US and NATO allies together, we are 50% of the world's GDP, 50% of the world's military might. So this makes also the United States safe and secure. NATO is a good deal for the United States.
NATO is about to celebrate 75 years. You're rounding out 10 years. They continuously ask you to serve at the top, but I know you're rounding out the end of your role here. What's your advice to your successor?
Is to ensure that we continue to stay united. NATO is the most successful alliance in history because despite differences, different political parties, different geography, history on both sides of the Atlantic, we have been able to unite around the core task to protect and defend each other, sending a message to any potential adversary that an attack on one ally would trigger a response from the whole alliance, and by doing that we are preserving peace, preventing a war. So the unity is key, and the other main message is that we need to be able to change. We are successful because when the world is changing, NATO is changing, and that's exactly what we've done over the last years.
The buzz is that it's going to be Mark Rutte. Do you think he has it in him to handle potentially all these different personalities?
Also, Mark Rutte is a good colleague. We have been prime ministers together. I've been Secretary General during his tenure as Prime Minister of Netherlands. He has a lot of experience. But of course, I'm responsible for many decisions at NATO, but I'm not responsible for the decision to select my successor.
What do we mean? What are we looking for?
So, again, we don't purport to make these decisions for others. There have to be ways, means, vehicles for Palestinians to make these decisions. But I think what we're talking about is two things. You're talking about a government, and a structure of governance that maximizes the ability of the authority to actually deliver what the Palestinian people want and need. But it also has to be able to operate in what you might call a permissive environment. In other words, with the support of, with the help of Israel, not with its active opposition. Because even the most effective authority is going to have a lot of trouble if it's got the active opposition of any Israeli government. But I think it's also clear from conversations that are going on now that the Palestinians are looking very hard at how they can come up with a more effective governance that can actually deliver what people want. Some of what needs to be delivered is the basic function of government services, no corruption, transparency in the way government is pursued. There are also things that people want that they can't on their own deliver absent a partnership with Israel. So that has to be part of the equation as well.
When we think of the time frame for this playing out, if we can get here, Mr. Secretary, are we talking 1, 2, 3 years? Are we talking a 10-year process? How do you envisage it?
As we're in the midst of what is human tragedy in so many ways in the Middle East right now, for Israelis and Palestinians alike, I have to tell you, I personally feel the fierce urgency of now.
Right.
It's not that any of this happens overnight. It's not like it's flipping a light switch. But seeing if we can move to this, start to move to this different vision, to this different equation, to this different integration, I think that has to begin as quickly as possible. And as I said before, you know, the profound difference now, I think, is in the mindset of leaders throughout the Arab world and in Muslim countries. And in a way, it's a reversal, it's a flip, as you know so well, better than anyone. When in previous times we came close to resolving the Palestinian question, getting a Palestinian state, I think the view then, Camp David, other places, was that Arab leaders, Palestinian leaders, had not done enough to prepare their own people for this profound change. I think a challenge now, a question now is Israeli society prepared to engage on these questions? Is it prepared to have that mindset? That's challenging, and it's of course doubly challenging when you're focused intensely on Gaza and all of the security questions that are the day in, day out life for Israelis and Palestinians alike.
Is this the worst time to be Secretary of State of the United States, or just one of the top 5? I was thinking about, since Henry Kissinger recently passed away, that when he did his shuttle diplomacy, and I was thinking about this as you've been shuttling in the region now several times, he basically had to call 3 people, Golda Meir, Anwar Sadat, and Hafez Assad, and they all answered the phone. You need to have the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas in your Rolodex, and half the people you call, the phone comes off the wall. What's it like for you? Take us into that, the nature of your job today, of managing weakness, not strength.
So first of all, I actually think that we come at much of this from a renewed position of strength in the big picture. First, President Biden's made investments at home that people around the world are seeing. They're seeing the investments we've made in our own infrastructure. They're seeing the investments we've made in cutting-edge technology, in chips and science. They're seeing the investment we've made in climate technology and related energy technology that's going to power the economies of the future. So they know that we're actually serious about ourselves despite some of the dysfunction that may be seen on the front pages. Second, in ways that we haven't done in recent years, the first thing I was told to do by the President was roll up our sleeves, re-engage with our allies, re-engage with our partners, build new collections of countries that were and organizations that were
new
fit for
collection.
purpose
What is it going to be? A second NATO?
Problems. And I think we've done that in such a way that on some of the really
All right,
big
so
issues
this talk
of the day,
is bullshit.
it's
I
how
mean,
to-
he's effectively just saying bullshit, right? New countries, dude. All the countries are the countries, man. Like, what are you gonna do?
but you obviously have to erase Ukraine from the map.
Is there someone who's like real on this Davos thing? Oh, here we go. It's the Microsoft guy. This ought to be good.
Dialogue, trying foresee a great cooperation we have together with Accenture. I know 2 years ago we had we just talked about it. We had a discussion about
Klaus Schwab. You're hearing Klaus Schwab and the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella.
Allow people who cannot come to Davos.
Schwab CEO.
And of course, the
Microsoft
metaverse,
CEO.
the three-dimensional virtual room, however you want to call it, I think provides a tremendous opportunity. So we started our cooperation to build a global collaboration village. We started this cooperation just 2 years ago. At the last annual meeting, we showed the first demonstration, and now it has become reality. So if you are ever interested, please go to the Global Collaboration Village and see the tremendous potential. We actually have the first inhabitants. We have 5 or 4 of our partners, plus an international organization, which have established their presence now in the Global Collaboration Village to reach out to customers and to not mainly to customers, but mainly to the public, to talk about particularly what they are doing in the social area. So, Satya, when we met last time, generative AI was a very young baby. Now it has, I would say, it has become a teenager very fast from a small baby. It has taken less than a year. How do you see the situation?
First of all, it's wonderful to be back here at the World Economic Forum, Klaus, and also it's unbelievable to see the vision you had for the Global Collaboration Village from 2 years ago take that shape. You're right. I mean, the interesting thing is I distinctly remember in '93 November is when I think Mosaic first came out. And obviously for me, that was a very big event. I joined Microsoft in '92 and the web changed a lot. And so November of 2002 is when ChatGPT, I think, really helped, I think, all of us perhaps for the first time relate to this new generation of AI. And since then, as you said, things have been scaling. This rate of diffusion across countries, across industries has been really fast and furious. And it's just been fantastic to see. For me, by the way, the first time I became a real believer that something had drastically changed was when I saw GitHub Copilot. It was probably 6 to 8 months before even ChatGPT when I started seeing for the most elite knowledge work there is, software engineering, you see a new tool that changes in fact, the drudgery of software engineering, the joy of software engineering was back and the drudgery was out. That's what made me a real convert, that this is pretty magical. And since then, we've obviously launched Copilot, Copilot for broad horizontal work, frontline work. We have Copilots for security operations. You see now have Copilots in healthcare for, really ensuring that you can reduce the physician burden when it comes to having the dialogue with their patients, or the UAE has rolled out a personalized tutor for every student in the country.
Holy shit, dude.
This rate of diffusion.
That is awesome. A personalized tutor for every student. Oh my God. That's fucking awesome. That's so cool.
This ability to take, in fact, I think Bill first talked about information at your fingertips.
Well, on second thought, that's kind of rough, right? Because now it's like, okay, the level of brainwash that is possible. I'm not saying they're brainwashed, I'm just saying that they could. Like, oh my God, it's like exponentially worse than anything you'd imagined before. So as soon as that gets in the hands of someone who's like, I don't know, moderately greedy, that shit's gonna be bad.
Tips at Comdex in '93. And this is more about intelligence at your fingertips or expertise at your fingertips. And that's, I think, the era we're definitely in. And I think 24 will probably be the year where all of this will scale.
Yeah. Satya, I have to confess, some of the introductions of people which I had to write, I wrote with ChatGPT. But don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. No, there's a lot of discussion about AI during this meeting, and we talk about impact. We may later talk
Klaus
about
Schwab is using ChatGPT to write intros.
Context
It's awesome.
of the economy. But
the world we live in.
What is overlooked in this discussion? Do you feel we talk about impact on skills and so on? What is overlooked in your opinion?
I mean, it's not overlooked, but I think what is salient, I think, is obviously I talked a lot about what it's going to do to horizontal knowledge work and frontline work. But I think it's about what AI will do to science, perhaps is the most interesting thing to me. Because in fact, just last week, we announced something which, I sort of felt like, yeah, this is something that can be done, but I had not understood that this can be done. So we took one of our models called MatterGen, which is a sort of a generative model to generate new molecules and material. And we put it through an entire round trip where we came up with new molecules for a new material, worked with, in collaboration with one of the national labs in the United States, the Pacific Northwest National Lab, and figured out how to produce a new battery that's got 70% less lithium. Right, that's just phenomenal to sort of when we think about the climate, the energy transition. It's about taking 250 years of chemistry and somehow bringing it down to 25 years, right? So this is a proof point of that. Same thing is happening in biology. I see Jim in the front row here. If I think about what we're doing even with PAGE and what we can do with cancer detection. Or what we're doing with Broad again in molecular, in biology, and to be able to use AI to simulate the molecular behavior. So I think that science is probably the place where we will start seeing real acceleration. So up to now, the digitization revolution has brought new tools to science, but has not fundamentally accelerated science. But if you can fundamentally accelerate science, the cures to diseases, the energy transition, fundamental new material science, all of these I think are going to be pretty profound.
Now, everybody talks about AI, but actually there are many other technologies in the fourth industrial revolution, and I think it's particularly the combination of AI with some of those technologies. What other technologies create this progress for society, in your opinion?
On the technology front, I'm always
sounds so funny.
Anchoring back to three things, right? One is when it comes to the core compute infrastructure, we just need more of it. So we have the von Neumann machine that still rules the world. And the question is, can we birth the new quantum revolution? So I'm always excited about quantum. In fact, some of what we're seeing is AI as the emulation layer for what is going to be the simulation layer, which is quantum, right? So if I think about these two things, that's very powerful. So quantum is one. AI, of course. The other one is mixed reality, presence. I'm very interested in, when I think about embodied AI is the other way to think about it, right? Which is whether it's sensors on us, which is sort of a little more of the devices like VR, AR, mixed reality, or, humanoid robots is another one, or, automobiles that are autonomous. So I think of these three things as perhaps where compute, AI, and fundamentally autonomous and mixed reality devices are all going to come together to create, I think, the platforms of innovation.
Would you agree when we look back in history, and a similar invention was probably the invention of printing, and it created the Renaissance. Do you feel that those technologies can really create a new renaissance for humankind?
I think that, the general purpose technologies, that's the power of these, right? The general, when you have, like even for me, one of the things that's sort of a real privilege for me is to be able to come to a forum like this, to have a chance to meet with people in retail, people in pharma, people in banking, people in every sector of the economy across every region of the world, and say, wow, digital technology is being used in profound ways. That means this is a general purpose technology. So anytime when there are real breakthroughs in general purpose technology and the frontier is shifted, I think that broad ability to have renaissance, right, which you'll have better medical outcomes, you'll have better educational outcomes, better products and services in our lives, and that abundance, that innovation is, I think, what drives human societies forward.
During the meeting here, and of course before, I had quite a number of discussions with heads of government and state, and particularly if we take less developed countries, they are afraid that this could become a new divider and create a new tension between North and South. Do you feel along the same lines, or?
I think that it is something that we have to be very, very mindful of, because the last thing the world needs is technologies that create more of the divide, right? I mean, if anything, my hope for sure is centered on realizing what we just talked about. Like, think about it. You have now technology like something like GPT-4 that essentially can be used to create a personal tutor for every student in the world, right? It's absolutely economically feasible, even with just the government spending that's happening even in the global south, right? So it's not just in the UAE, but it can happen everywhere. Same thing with medical advice, right? So you can have in the pockets of every person in the world, all 8 billion of us, better medical advice, better advice on how to exercise your rights or your ability to get at assistance from your own local governments and so on. So I think really the potential is there. There is always barriers, right? One of the things I feel great about is when one of the barriers can be access to computing. The fact that the last 15 years, how cloud and mobile have become ubiquitous, that's one of the reasons why I feel, Klaus, that this generation of technology will diffuse a lot faster. What may have taken 15 years or 10 years, depending on how you count with the cloud computing era, may take 5 or even less. And this will cover even the global south.
Now, what do we need really to get to ensure a better tomorrow? I would say those technology we have as a theme here, rebuilding trust.
He's gonna tort me.
And I mentioned this morning in my opening speech that the fast speed of technology also leads to fear and maybe to pessimism, and that's the source of what we see today in terms of polarization of opinions and so on. How can we make sure that we get it right?
Yeah.
What would be your most significant advice?
Yeah, to me, I think the thing for us as a digital technology industry, the biggest lesson learned perhaps for us is that we have to take the unintended consequences of any new technology along with all the benefits and think about them simultaneously, as opposed to waiting for the unintended consequences to show up and then address them. And so I think that's the fundamental change in the last 10 years, because I feel like our license to operate as an industry depends on that, because I don't think the world will put up anymore with any of us coming up with something that has not thought through safety, trust, equity. These are big issues for everyone in the world. And so
I was all fucked. I thought he was going to be on the left side and he was on the right side, and I couldn't get an angle over there. And I gave up everything, every chance that I had.
We have to sort of raise up to the occasion, if you will. In that context, I feel I'm very optimistic because of the dialogue that's happening. One, people in our own industry are stepping it up, right? To say, okay, here are the ways we are going to raise the standards on safety. For example, the amount of time that was spent on doing alignment work, safety work before GPT-4 was released. That is substantial investment that OpenAI and we made, and that's in fact becoming the norm across all foundation models. And that's great to see. I'm also, of course, it's not just being left to the industry. The governments all over, whether it's in the United States, we have an executive order in the US, we have, we had a safety summit in the UK, the European Union cares deeply about it, China cares about it. So everybody is converging. That's also good to see the world sort of coming and saying, we need new technology, we need some guardrails, and we need norms of how we deploy this technology. And that, I think, that combination of private innovation with safety first approach to engineering, I would call it, and then regulation that allows us to ensure that the broad societal benefits are amplified and the unintended consequences are dampened, I think is going to be the way forward.
But it will be very important to develop global regulations, and in the present fragmented situation it will be very difficult. We see already now Europe and the US have different approaches. I was very happy to hear the Chinese premier this morning making a commitment also to a global regulatory approach. Is there any realistic chance that we may see something similar to the environmental area where we have COP or the International Energy Agency? Do you feel A, this is desirable, and B, is it realistic?
Yeah, I mean,
why would you come out of my side?
I think it's very desirable, because I think at this point, these are global challenges and require global norms and global standards. Otherwise, it's going to be very tough to contain, tough to enforce, and tough to, quite frankly, move the needle even on some of the core research that is needed. But that said, I must say that there seems to be broad consensus, though, that is emerging. If I had to sort of summarize the state of play, the way I think we're all talking about it is that it's clear that when it comes to large foundation models, we should have real rigorous evaluations and red teaming and safety and guardrails before we launch anything new. And then when it comes to applications, we should have a risk-based assessment of how to deploy this technology. If you're deploying it in healthcare, you should apply healthcare regs to AI. If you're deploying it in financial services, you should deploy, again, the financial risk consideration. So I think that if we take even something as simple as that as a basis to build some consensus and norms,
damn, that guy was dumb.
I think we can come together. So I'm hopeful. I don't know whether there's a new agency.
Okay. So when I smoke, my expectation is that he will fucking spot and I can burn them down. So I have no idea why that guy, who was already set up in a lane to attack from, stupidly decided to come to my lane where I can attack from. Like, what the fuck was that kid even thinking? And then he hit my ship. He, like, deliberately turned to push me out of the smoke. What the fuck, kid? Go fucking eat cereal or something and lick a window. Like, don't play the game. Fuck off, you know? Like, what the shit? I don't know why he's even in this thing.
But I think at least even all the
I don't know how he turned
that
his computer on this morning.
where people are talking about it, they're not talking about it differently. They're all essentially talking around the same set of issues.
But Satya, do you think that the politicians, I mean, I as an engineer, I'm always trying to be at the forefront of technology and so on. But I have
Klaus is an engineer. I did not know that.
What are artificial intelligence in particular.
Klaus Schwab is an engineer.
The new forms really is. I had to learn to use, let's say, ChatGPT, not just like I use.
Is
as a
Nadella
search
laughing because
machine,
he's
but
not
to
an
really
engineer
use
because
it as
Klaus is
colleague
not?
and to ask questions and.
Or is he just being a positive person? I
But,
can't tell.
do you think politicians have the? I asked our very.
He's about to
how
ask
can I
if
say,
politicians are dumb. I swear to God, that's what
pertinent
Klaus is going to
question.
ask.
Do you think politicians have the sophistication to understand
The
and in such a way
sophistication.
regulate AI?
Are
Look,
politicians too fucking
at the end
stupid?
of the
That's what he
day,
means to ask.
I think nothing can outstrip our sort of ability to govern it, right? Which is, at the end of the day,
Are
human
politicians
society,
dumb
the
as
biggest
shit?
lesson of history is that not to be
you
so
think they're
much in
sophisticated
awe of
enough?
some technology that we sort of
Jesus.
feel that we cannot control it, we cannot use it for the betterment of our people. So in that context, we need our politicians to lean in, and I see it, right?
Yeah,
It's
so
not-
he's
the
not.
other
He's like
thing,
avoiding the
Klaus, you said,
question.
which
He doesn't want to call him
again, this is
stupid.
the one
He's
time,
like,
if I
well, we
look at
need
the
smart
70-year arc
politicians.
of
That's what
human
he's saying.
computing history.
Oh
This is
shit.
the easiest technology, right? In other words, the breakthrough here is, in fact, the 70
I don't know
years
about
we've
that.
been striving to find the most natural user interface so that computers understand us, not us understanding computers. So I don't think it's about politicians. It's about really It's about more about the technology needs to be simple enough, straightforward enough. It may be very high tech inside, but it should be governable. And the principles of governance should be clear, and I'm very optimistic that that'll happen.
So regulating the applications, I mean, there's this different approach, regulating more the input side and regulating, on the other hand, more the applications.
I think
what would you argue for?
I would do both ends of it, right? Because at the frontier of it, the key, for example, there are two types of things. There's risks that are here and now. Right? For example, you can take something like deep fakes and what it could do to the democratic process, or you could take bioterrorism. These are here and now issues, and those things should be dealt with regulations of the application domain and the dissemination of information and what have you. Then there is the existential risk of, this is after all a self-improving technology, or if it does become a self-improving
I didn't move into the U.S. smoke quick
and
enough.
we lose control. That's the
If I had
control
moved into the
problem.
U.S. smoke quicker,
And the AI take off.
I'd have been
and
safe. I
that's
don't know why the
viewed
Mahan
as
went
the
in there. Like, what the
existential
fuck are you
issue.
doing,
So the
dude?
bottom line is, in
I mean, I
order
can't
for
do
us
anything
to
about it. That's
ensure
what he
that that
did,
doesn't
but-
happen, you have to have a set of safety around it and regulation around it before anybody uses lots of compute to produce something. So that's, I think, the two ends of.
So Davos is talking about AI regulation and ways to regulate the simulations and those sorts of things. Never gonna matter. You know what I mean? Like, you can't stop someone at home writing their own program, writing their own software, and renting compute. You cannot prevent that. You can make a law. You can make all the laws. You can't even stop people from bringing fentanyl into the U.S. You know what I mean? Like, it does not matter. It's good to do. Like, go ahead and make the laws or whatever, but the only reason all these corporations are pushing it is so that they can stop competition, right? Like, I don't think that there's any way that Satya Nadella thinks that people are going to be safe from nefarious AI users because there's a law in place. There's no way he thinks that. There's just no. I can't imagine any way that he's that dumb or naive. It's just not possible. He's too smart. He's too smart. And as soon as anyone is like applies common sense to that shit, it's like, yeah, there should be a law against using AI to determine which people can do certain things, because it very quickly becomes, well, now you can't prove or disprove whether it used racist or judged them unfairly in a way that is also illegal already in our country, you know. So like there are laws that like definitely should be in place, but at the same time, like, for what they're talking, I don't know that they're. It doesn't seem like they really grasp how difficult that is going to be to enforce and to prove. And I think they're really just going for, hey, let's shore up our business risk. At least that's what I think. I don't know. I kind of tend to think the worst of people But yeah.
If everybody uses a lot of artificial intelligence, don't you see a limitation given by the energy consumption, which will be necessary? I mean, and so we will have a curve pressuring down because it becomes environmentally unsustainable.
Yeah, it's a great question because first of all, maybe a couple of ways at least I come at it. One is, what is the compute draw of global power is around 2 to 3% today. Let's say it doubles. Then let's go to the other side of it. The output of compute, right? If you measure, like even take something like artificial intelligence in terms of cost per token, the Moore's law is very much alive when it comes to AI. In fact, the prices are dropping like the best days of Moore's law. So that means the world is benefiting from the most malleable source of input, right, as a factor of production, where the costs are coming down. Then let's combine it with what I said previously, which is if you want to compress 250 years of chemistry to 25 years, find new materials, find new breakthroughs in biology, this is the input. So this is going to be the one that will really help us create that abundance, that acceleration, what have you. And do it, by the way, with the most efficient way possible. Then the other side of it is upstream. For example, these are all greenfield projects. Today, we are one of the largest buyers, if not the largest buyer of renewable when it comes to all our data centers. We are stimulating, in fact, the demand for whether it's wind or solar or nuclear, everything, and everything in between. And so therefore, there's some of the innovation happening around sustainability, whether it's, and by the way, it's not just on carbon, it's carbon, water, and waste. And so I feel that I think some of what we will stimulate as really the energy transition
My ally said good game.
Will then power what is the most efficient factor of production.
So this is kind of ridiculous to me that they're talking about like how much power will be consumed from computers and how it will affect the climate. Okay, so like there were 200 fucking spaceship launches. They were launching a spaceship off of Earth every day. There are 25 active wars. It's not the fucking cars. It's not the fucking computers. It's not the fucking AC units. It's the goddamn rockets around the world blowing fucking fire out the back of them and then causing a giant firebomb wherever they fucking land or explode. Like it's, and the 75 volcanoes that are going off per year. You know what I mean? Like there are real sources on the planet. Like, stop the fucking wars. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what they're doing. Like, it's like they just ignore that. And then they're flying jets all around the world. Airliners are going to be burning more fuel than anything else. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, and the massive number of them, right? Like, I don't know. I get so sick of them looking at like a computer where you're talking about not even 800 watts of energy. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, Scuds are just launched every day. Like there are like 500 missiles that went off today just in fucking Gaza. You know what I mean? Like it just like I don't know if they're just like too dumb to realize that these things are going on, or if they intentionally avoid them, or if they're confrontational so they avoid them. I don't know why it is. But like if you got 25 wars going along and you've had wars for 10 consecutive years and you're just blowing up dirt everywhere, because I mean, they're killing people. Don't get me wrong, they're killing people. They're not just blowing up dirt. They're blowing up people. Anyway, yeah, it's just there's no limit on the number of rockets they can launch per year. Zero limits. They launch one every other day, and the amount of fuel and burn required to get one of those off of here, like yeah, there's no comparison. There's no comparison, and it's every single day. It's not even just like once per year. It's every single day they're doing that shit. Like. It's ridiculous. You got 350 million people in the U.S. If all 350 million people in the U.S. had a car, and they ran full speed from one end of the U.S. and back, then sure, okay, maybe the 2 rockets that go off between in 4 days in a row, maybe during those same 4 days that everybody's driving just continuously, maybe they make up for one of those rockets. You know what I mean? Like it's just ridiculous the way that they fucking ignore that shit. Like anyway. Because you're talking about like 300, 400 horsepower, right? versus how much horsepower is it to get a fucking rocket off the Earth? I mean, this is a poor example because it's not even it's not the horsepower, it's the actual fuel that's burning to get the horsepower, right? How much horsepower to lift a rocket into space? And this is just a rocket. This isn't even a space shuttle. 23,000 horsepower, right? So how much fuel has to burn? This is for a spaceship, not a rocket. This is for a spaceship. The Falcon X, 900,000 pounds of fuel. Okay. How much fuel is burned in cars in the US per day? 370 million gallons per day versus 900,000 pounds. Okay, so how do I compare gallons to pounds? How much is a pound? How much weight is a gallon of fuel? It's about 6 pounds. So it's like, what, a billion something? 1.3 billion versus, what was it, almost 1 billion? Okay, so it's all of the cars in the US and one rocket. Like, they are equivalent. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking ridiculous, right? It's like, really? No, sorry, I'm way off. It was 900,000 pounds versus a billion pounds. So it's 1/100th. It's one rocket equals 1/100th of the US. So you got 200 of them. Yeah. It's still the cars in favor. So I was wrong. It's the cars that are actually a lot more. But still, holy shit though. 200 fucking rockets? For what? So the 200,000, it's like adding 2 more days of all the cars in the US burning. That's what it's saying, I think. So, I don't know. What do you want to do? Ban cars? I guess that's the question, right? Is this number right? 370 million gallons per day? That doesn't sound right to me. 370 million gallons per day. That might be right, though. That's an EIA. What do we got here? Gas car fires per day. Use of gas in U.S. energy. This says 134 billion gallons of gas. Millions of barrels per day. 900,000. See, that's totally a different number. What the fuck? These numbers are all over the place. 900,000 barrels? How many gallons is that? That's got to be like 55 gallons? These numbers aren't adding up. Something's wrong. $900,000 gallons per day and 900,000 barrels per day are totally different. This thing says only 800. This thing says 8 million barrels per day. The other site says not even 1 million barrels per day. So I don't know what the truth is. $42 gallons in a barrel. That's not true. Are the barrels 55 gallon? That's 3.8 billion a day. There's a physics question. We burn 2.7 million gallons per day. How is this so cheap? Okay, well, if we burn 2 million gallons, that's another number yet. I don't know why it's so hard to just get like a good number on these things. 1,000 barrels a day? What the fuck? These numbers are varying by millions, hundreds of millions of gallons. Like this is ridiculous. I would imagine that the rocket number doesn't have a lot of conflated issue, right? Like it's fairly solid. That is a known. How much fuel does it take to launch a rocket into orbit? 300,000 gallons of liquid oxygen. What? What? That's not right. What the fuck? How to calculate how much fuel I need for a spaceship. Factorio. No, that's a video game. Spaceship propulsion. Here we go. This is a NASA paper. One space shuttle main engine, the main engine generates enough thrust to maintain the flight of 2.5 Boeing 747s? How much fuel are planes using per day? What the fuck? How much fuel are airplanes using per day in the US only? EIA.gov says 1.5 million barrels. How much fuel in... Do I want to get in volume or do I want to get it in pounds? I guess I want it in both and then compare them, right? The Boeing 747 uses approximately 1 gallon per second. Interesting. $14,000 gallons of fuel for a flight between New York and London. Well, I mean, what I'm trying to ask is how... Okay, compare planes, cars, and space launches, fuel use in the US per day. $1,200 tons of fuel, 50,000 gallons of jet fuel. I don't know. What I do know is that having wars has got to be heating up the planet. I mean, I'm kind of conflicted about it because they can take pictures of the two ice caps and like the total area of the two ice caps isn't continuously going down. It's larger some years, and it's smaller some years, and it's larger some years. So I'm concerned about that. And then there's like those pictures where they have the old pictures of the water levels, the sea water levels, and then they're the same level in another picture. So that's kind of concerning too. But I mean, it seems like it's hotter because, well, basically, frankly, I haven't seen snow in November in a long time where I'm at, and I used to, as a kid, see snow in September. So that seems kind of weird. Like, I haven't seen snow. It didn't even snow here until where I'm at now. It didn't snow until December. No, it was this year. Yeah, it was this week. It was this week. It's the first snow. I thought maybe it snowed in December, but I don't think it did. So I don't know. I don't know how the water levels. Yeah. So the water levels should have fallen. I don't know. I know that I keep reading about how there's more and more entire countries doing more and more water collection. Like anywhere that it's pretty arid, they're trying to reduce the mountains, lower those down, and they're trying to design the land so it traps water. I don't know. Well, anyways, back to the AI thing. I think I got all sidetracked. I'm still frustrated that there's so many wars and they don't end those. Obviously, they've got to be contributing to the heat. 75 volcanoes going off per year. They're not going to do anything to stop that. The 200 spaceships going up per year. I thought they contributed a lot more to to global warming than cars did. I think I must have used one of the lower numbers in the averaging of how much fuel cars use in the U.S. But it's still pretty comparable, right? So even if you use the highest numbers, it's still 1/100th. So it is like you send rockets up all year round at 200. I don't know. They're trying to get to 400, so it's kind of inflated, right? So it's like today they're doing 200 rockets per year in 2023 or 2023. That's how many they did, just SpaceX. So then it's like, okay, well in 10 years, how many rockets are going to be going off per year? Because they didn't do 200 rockets a year in fucking 2014. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. I don't even know if they did 100 in 2014. All right, I found the next video I wanna listen to. I'm gonna get that one queued up if I can find it again. I just saw it. All right, open.
So we've gotten over.
The guy that does the other video, he's kind of a cunt, but he's a smart guy, and he's kind of a dickhead, but he's a smart guy. But I'm gonna go back to the Nadella and Schwab video at Davos,
which will then lead to that fundamental acceleration and productivity.
Satya, when we had the emergence of the internet 25 years ago, people spoke very much about the impact on the economy. And at that time, many people argued this will increase productivity. But we have seen sluggish productivity growth. Now we have the same situation.
Most rockets burn liquid hydrogen. The byproduct is water. Missiles are a different story. I am not familiar with that. I will have to look that up. I didn't know that they burn liquid hydrogen. I mean, either way, they're still causing an explosion. They're doing combustion, right? So, I mean, it's going to be... Yeah, I don't know how you relate hydrogens... Why would they use hydrogen? How are they getting the hydrogen? That sounds like a lot of energy is going into that if they're using hydrogen. Because obtaining gasoline is a lot easier, I would think. Because they drill for it, and then they can just refine it. I mean, it's not just refine it, but my understanding is that it's really efficient to get gas out of oil, to refine it to gasoline, and to drill for it. That's super efficient. I don't know much about getting hydrogen, and I don't even know what temperature that's going to burn at, or what the... If the byproduct is water, it sounds great, but I don't know. It's still got to be heat, right? I mean, according to the numbers that I just read off, like if some of those higher numbers are used for the cars are like the big thing. I'm going to go back to that video.
Many people saying we will have great increase in economic productivity, which will drive, of course, global prosperity. Will we be positively surprised, or will we be disappointed, as we were to a certain extent with the internet?
Yeah, this is something that I'm very, very, let's say, both passionate about, and I'm very grounded in, because to your point, right now as we speak, inflation adjusted, there is no economic growth in the world, I would say. And that's a pretty disappointing state. In fact, the developed world may have negative economic growth. And so in a world like that, we may need a new input. And so that's why I'm very optimistic about AI being that general purpose technology that drives economic growth. You know, by the way, here's the interesting economic fact. Even Robert Gordon, who has written most eloquently about sort of the critique of information technology and productivity, will acknowledge that PCs were the last time when actual economic growth came about, right? So the last time it showed up in productivity stats were when PCs became ubiquitous. In fact, I think of this AI technology very much like the PC generation, because if you think about it, right? In fact, I shudder to think, Klaus, I don't know how the heck we managed to do work before PCs. Like think about doing, as a multinational company, forecasts. Right, before email, a spreadsheet, I don't even know how we would do forecasting. But somehow I guess we did it, but now we do forecast, and the business process changed. Similarly, I think in this co-pilot era, as it spreads, I think what's going to happen is work and work artifacts and workflow are fundamentally going to change. And that is going to lead to economic output. That will also lead to that scientific acceleration. So these two things, I do believe, should get us back to, without inflation, or inflation adjusted, 2 to 3% of economic growth. That has to be our target, and I think to me that's the bar, right? So to your point, if this is, look, I don't know, in the last 15 years, there's arguments about how one measures. But one other observation I'd say is, the mobile phone revolution in particular was phenomenal. It changed a lot of the consumer workflow. It changed consumption patterns, right? After all, we were able to consume more video. We were able to consume more social media. Lots of interesting information was available to us, lots of news. Whereas now, again, if you think about it, you're back to creation. You're back to, in fact, it was fascinating. One of my colleagues was telling me about her 4-year-old son one weekend said, "Mom, I need more, designer time." So, the kid wants to create more designs and prompt more designs. That is like the beginning, I think, of that productivity revolution.
Yeah, I just want to take you up. I have a 16 years old grandson who told me, "Look, when you are back from Davos, I want your advice. What should I study in order to be a big guy in artificial intelligence?" What would you recommend to tell him?
That's a very key word, big guy. Look, I think the beauty, quite honestly, of artificial intelligence is you can study whatever. In fact, one of my pet things, I'm a trained electrical engineer. When I was studying electrical engineering, I never understood Maxwell's equations. But now I finally get it. Because guess what? Because I got it before the artificial intelligence.
Okay, he's telling a story because Maxwell's equations are not that complicated. They really aren't. He's just using this for an example. To be clear, if you're an electrical engineer, you understand Maxwell's equations. It's literally like how you calculate whether atoms are going from one trench in your circuit board. Maybe I'm thinking of Shockley's. Fuck. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I think these are simple, though.
Because somebody wrote a lovely website in JavaScript which visualized the Maxwell's equation. So now anyone can pick up any field of study, any science, anything, and see that the AI can be really helpful in helping them learn the most difficult concepts.
Yeah. If I switch for a moment, we are coming to an end, but it's the soul of the World Economic Forum is stakeholder capitalism. Now there have been some counter movements. What is your present thinking about stakeholder capitalism?
I mean, it is a fact, right? Sort of the way I've thought about, the way you've conceptualized WEF is the social contract. Take Microsoft. Our license to operate in the world comes from us finding profitable solutions to the challenges of people and planet. And I picked this definition from Colin Mayer at Oxford. I like that sort of succinct way of saying what is the social purpose of a corporation. I think of the two keywords, right? The profitable piece. After all, the best known mechanism we have found is to be able to allocate our sort of scarce resources to create profit is the best way to generate innovation. I respect that. But then the second part is the other keyword, right? Which is solutions to the challenges of people and planet. If these are not, what do you create ultimately? If it is not a solution, not just for your investors' returns, but it has to be a solution for the challenges of the people and planet. That's the way, in fact, our investors. So to your point about multi-stakeholderism, it's not a nice thing. Our investors should care about multiple stakeholders because that's the only way they can get long-term returns. And the license to operate for the company exists. So that's the view I've taken. And I'm glad you really brought about, I would say, that awakening in business and, quite frankly, broad society, that thinking about all the stakeholders. And one of the other things I've realized in my 10 years as CEO, perhaps, is if there's one lesson I've learned is it's not about one stakeholder at a time. It's about all the stakeholders all the time. And it's tough. It's not easy. But that is the job. Because if you don't do that, you are not serving the one stakeholder that you care about, which is the investor.
Yeah, it's not an either or.
That's right.
It's as well. You just mentioned you have been CEO now for 10 years. Now the context has so much changed for leading a company. And this means also you have to adapt your leadership capabilities. So if you compare yourself, Satya, with what you have been 10 years before, how would you say you have developed new facets to your leadership style, which are necessary in today's context? And what would you advise to the audience? What can they learn? I mean, you are one of, if not the most successful entrepreneur in the world or business leader. What should people share with you?
That's a great question, Klaus. I'm not, the honest answer is I'm not really reflected on, the 10 years in some sense as much as I've been reflecting on. This is my 32nd year at Microsoft, and it's the second year of AI. And my 32 years have been punctuated by three other.
It's not AI.
Sort of,
It's a large language
paradigm
model, you
shifts
motherfucker.
that,
God damn it.
Been privileged enough to participate in. The PC
still have to
client
make
server
It's not AI.
was the first.
It's a large language
the second
model.
was the web. The third was the mobile and cloud, and now the fourth is AI. And so, in some sense, I'm trying to go back to year twos of the other three. So I'm trying to sort of relearn how should I operate when it's year two of any paradigm shift, which is different, right? Because when you're building something new, it requires you to have a very different profile of what is risk, what is scale, what is investment required. It's always difficult. In fact, in our business, there is no franchise value. So you have to be all in on the new, while at the same time maintaining what it currently runs the business. And so I think that's a very difficult task.
I didn't shoot it shallow enough.
I would say successfully,
He
but
turned
there are no
inside.
guarantees. And so
Damn.
with that sort of humility, I would say,
Can't pair with the
that's
shitty
the
cruiser.
thing. It's not about, you can't have hubris because that's what's brought down civilizations and companies and people from ancient Greece to modern Silicon Valley. But you do need to have some confidence that you've done it before and some humility that you can learn something new. And so that's the posture I would.
I just noticed this, but the comments are turned off. like any notion that the World Economic Forum is for the people, like, dude, the comments are off. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, right.
I would end maybe the capability to think conceptually has become much more important, and I feel the horizon of the concept has so much widened, and that's probably, I mean, that's what I'm experiencing in the forum, where we deal with all the issues. It was easy 20 years ago, and now it's dealing with complexity.
Complexity, yeah.
Dealing with complexity.
Yeah, and someone was mentioning to me in the forum, it's true. I mean, even when I look at let's face it, the last 10 years, 15 years, with the interest rates where they were, forgotten. I myself have forgotten when was the last time we had a recession. It's been a long time. It's not, and that is true in the United States. But one of the things that was your point, somebody said, go to, send your management teams to many other countries that have dealt with this all the time. And so to some degree, learning from what is happening around the world is another conceptual understanding that I think we can all take.
To finish our session, would you agree that we moved from agricultural to industrial age, and then we moved to a service-dominated economy, and now we move to an intelligent economy, but much faster than the other transitions took time.
I think so. I think they all build on each other, obviously. But the thing that I feel is that we've never had a broad general-purpose technology that diffused to all corners of the globe and created abundance equally. That's the dream. What will the world look like if we were able to solve global problems as one community? We have a shot at it.
So we should take technology in the context of our theme of the annual meeting. Technology can help to rebuild confidence and trust. Thank you very much,
Thank you so much,
Satya, for this discussion.
Kind of ended abruptly, didn't it? It was like, I think it was like right in the middle of Schwab's statement, and then he's just like, "Thank you so much," and then they're like, "Done." That was the way I perceived it. I don't know what it actually was. This next video, the guy's pretty antagonistic, I think, for me. Like, I kind of find him like to be just a total dickhead, but he's got a video that I want to know about. Like, it's great wealth transfer, the market crash, rising conflict, and Davos. Like, it's 2 months ago, and Davos is now. So I want to know. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should see if this guy's got a newer video, because like everything else is going to be speculation.
Let me ask.
Videos. What's newest? 1 day ago. No. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip this. I don't even want to hear his shit, because it's 2 months old and Davos is now, so. I'm looking for more Davos videos, I think. Middle East conflict, the end game. Oh, that'll be interesting. I want to hear this guy squirm around them not having a plan.
Welcome in this very tight 45 minutes for such a big subject. On my immediate left, Major General Adiris Al-Zubaydi. Pleasure to have you with us, Sir, Vice President of the Presidential Leadership Council of Yemen, the internationally recognized government. To his left, Geir Pedersen, the UN Special Envoy for Syria. But as we
Isn't Yemen being bombed? Why do they have the president of Yemen there? What the fuck's going on?
Discussing earlier, he's had a lot of roles in the region, including the special representative.
I must have misunderstood something.
Sorry, for the UN to Lebanon, member of the Oslo negotiating team, has been Norway's special representative to the UN, also ambassador to China at one point as well. So he will get a lot of questions, I'm sure, and discussion here. I'm going to say my colleague, Dr. Karen von Hippel, as she is the Director General of the Royal United Services Institute, RUSI, but has...
His logic is a little wonky. The U.S. hasn't had a recession for a long time. Maybe the other countries should study how to keep a recession from happening. I mean, recessions are easy to avoid. You just don't jack interest rates up to 7%. And then lower them. You know what I mean? You just, interest rates, banks should always borrow at 1%. People should always borrow at 2%. There would never be a problem with interest rates if that's how it was. More people would be able to get loans. Things would be cheaper. The whole system would be better. And economic growth wouldn't be as hard. Now, in times of when, like, your country's struggling during a downturn, like with the pandemic, it would be harder to get back up to speed, and you would go down very fast like we did, and you wouldn't bounce back as quick, right? because, well, frankly, you wouldn't be giving away millions of dollars in loans that, you know, people were borrowing small business loans and not paying them back, but they were blowing that money on stuff and injecting, you know, money into the economy. But that's my opinion. I can be totally wrong, but I think very simply, banks should borrow at 1%, people should borrow at 2%, and 5%, 5% or higher should just be full on illegal, because of the doubling principle and how long it takes to pay it back.
As concerns this topic, used to work at CSIS in Washington, my own alma mater as well, and was Deputy Assistant Secretary for Conflict and Stabilization Operations in the US State Department, Chief of Staff to General John Allen when he was President's Envoy to countering ISIL, and Professor Vali Nasser, who is a professor at the Paul Nitze School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins, former dean, author, and will really give us, I think, excellent insights, not just on the region, but also obviously on Iran. I want to be able to move through this subject. Let me just do a frame setting 2 comments for all of you. The first would be, we've got this title, what is the end game? But I think the end game at the moment is this conflict spreading, clearly, or is it escalating? Yeah? Because a lot of the things that are happening at the moment, including kidnapping or taking of vessels, hitting of vessels in the Straits of Hormuz, these are things that have happened in the past. Yemen has been in a civil war for a very long time. But it's like all of these things are happening simultaneously. Is it spread or is it escalation that we really need to worry about? And I just wonder if you can keep that theme in mind. And then if we can get towards the end of this session to what is likely to be the end game, can we see a future that is stable? Can we see a future that is peaceful? 2 very different kinds of end games, because just a few months ago, prior to October the 7th, the sense was this was a region moving towards potentially longer-term stability. So with those points in mind, let me turn first to Sir Al-Zubaydi. Let's start with the first example of spread or escalation, which is the situation in Yemen. The US and some of its allies have done strikes against the Houthi rebels who've struck ships passing through the Straits up through to the Red Sea. Do you think this is going to be successful? Is it raising the prospect of an escalation of the conflict in Yemen? Or is this going to hit a new normal where one just has to worry the Red Sea becomes a very unpredictable
I really
route?
wanted to just ram that
What's
dude.
your sense of the current situation?
I'm really upset I
And do
missed
you
my
think these
ram.
strikes are going to make a difference? Is
It looks like I'm going to live through this
Or
battle.
can we hit some type of stability?
Maybe.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله المرسل. شكرا جزيلا. بالنسبة لما يحصل في باب المندب بالذات من تصعيد من قبل الميليشيات الحوثية هو مسألة خطيرة جدا طبعا.
If he's going to be talking in his natural language, I'm going to comment that he's actually pretty monotone.
وانقطاع الإمدادات عليهم لأن معظم السكان اليمن يعيش على أكثر من 80 إلى 90%
I don't know why this Miyoko's
من
not dead.
الصادرات من الخارج طبعا الغذاء والدواء والطاقة. ما قام بالحوثيين هو عملية طبعا غير مقبولة.
I don't know. I don't want to get stuck with his teammate. I'm going to battle off.
قامت به أو الردع بداية الردع الاستراتيجي الحوثي والتي يؤذي بها المجتمع الإقليمي في باب المندب. توقيف ما يقوم به.
Seem to be more cautious about the kind of military
action. الحوثي الذي يستلم توجيهاته من إيران طبعا.
If I can just follow up with one question. I mean, it was notable that the UN resolution that
ويزيد من شعبيته في هذه الحالة ولا علاقة طبعا لها. وباب المندب طبعا ممر دولي آمن وممر يعني يهم الإقليم بشكل عام والعالم بشكل عام.
Okay, so like, are they going to tell the audience what he's saying?
والولايات المتحدة,
including Saudi Arabia, maybe UAE, seem to be more cautious about the kind of military actions that the US and the UK are taking. Do you think there's, how aligned do you believe, you want to say on Yemen, obviously we welcome.
I'm extremely worried. I think we have both seen spread and escalation. If we look at the situation since the 7th of October, we have seen what we before the 7th of October would have called a warlike situation between Israel and Hezbollah. We have seen both the spread and escalation in Syria. We have seen dozens of attacks on US positions inside of Syria from what the US claim are Iranian-supported groups. Of course, the Iranians are very clear they have nothing to do with them. Then we have seen a few US attacks against these groups. Then we have seen some of these groups attacking Israeli positions in occupied Golan. And we have seen Israeli attacks against these groups and some Syrian government positions in Syria, and increased Israeli attacks on different airports and positions inside of Syria. So the war is spreading. It's been an escalation. The question is now, can we contain it? My opinion, but this is an opinion, and it's to be challenged, is that I do believe the Iranians do not want further escalation. I think they're playing with fire. I think it's pretty clear Hezbollah do not want a full-scale war. As you alluded to, I was a UN envoy to Lebanon in 2006 and negotiated Security Council Resolution 1701, who is now sort of what we are discussing when it comes to the full implementation of that in Lebanon. Several details on that I will not go into, but I think the question is what you said, and that is, will the Israelis stop in Gaza, or will it develop further? Again, my personal opinion, this is also very clear that the Americans do not want this, but the question is, can the Israelis be contained? So I think for this to happen, we need a quick end to the war in Gaza. We need humanitarian assistance, and then we need to develop a strategy that is not only, and I know this is a tall order, but a strategy that do not only include Israel, Palestine, but the broader region. And later on, I have several ideas when it comes to this.
Well, wonderful if we can come back to this. Just one quick question. This whole language of proxies and not proxies of Iran, how do you read the sense of independence of action of Hezbollah today compared to, let's say, previous years? Obviously reinforced by the very important role they played in upholding the Assad government in Syria. Heavily armed and increasingly armed, involved in the government in Lebanon. How much do you feel that Hezbollah has room for maneuver separate from Iran? And to what extent is it having to uphold its own position as the axis of resistance to retain its credibility inside Lebanon? In other words, is the escalation taking it beyond where it would like to go?
This is a win.
I'm dealing with Iranians more or less on a daily basis. I do believe that obviously there is a very close relationship between Hezbollah and Iran. I think Iran accepts that Hezbollah is in its own right also a political entity in Lebanon that needs to make its own decisions. Right. But I do believe
we got him
where we are now today. This is a decision whether to go to a full-scale war or not. It's not a decision Hezbollah can make alone.
Right.
And that has to do, in my opinion, with the fact, of course, that Hezbollah is also, for the Iranians, a deterrence.
Yeah.
And the question is, when do you use and when do you not use that deterrence?
Yeah. You certainly don't want to lose it if you're Iran and have it destroyed or hit.
Yes.
Thank you. Karen, let me come to you. I mean, you've got a lot of experience in the region. You've got a lot of experience on US policy making in the region and how they engage and do not engage here. Obviously, the US involved almost in all aspects of this conflict, involved in leading the military operation in the Red Sea, involved very much in what the future will be in the Hezbollah situation, obviously involved in Gaza and trying to put pressure on Israel. How do you think they're managing these risks of escalation? Which are their biggest areas of concern? How are they prioritizing them at the moment? yeah, just share your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Robin, and thanks for inviting me to join today. Look, in some ways, I think people overestimate what the United States can do in the region. Many people think that somehow Israel is like the 51st state. And of course, it's not. It's an independent country, and the U.S. does what it can to put pressure on Israel, but it doesn't control what Israel does. I'm always surprised when I listen to the news and people say, well, you know, the U.S. needs to do this to tell Israel this and that. But there is a lot to be worried about. I know the Americans behind the scenes have been working quite hard on not just pulling the coalition together to fight the Houthis or to push back on and protect shipping in the Red Sea, but also to prevent a wider war in Lebanon later. I mean, don't forget there are about 100,000 Israelis in hotels, Israelis who live on the border with Lebanon, and they will need security before they can go home. And this is why I'm concerned that Israel's plans are once the fighting with Gaza is over, a bit of retrenchment, and then they will have to, if they feel that they're still insecure, they may feel they have to go to war, at least on that border area. And so that is a big concern. I know that at the same time the U.S. is playing a pretty significant role in trying to prevent that from happening diplomatically.
The U.S. forces that are dotted around the region, and we've kind of forgotten that you have these elements still there, unless you're an expert following what's going on in the region. Are they now almost sort of hostages to escalation? Or do you think they're important touch points that allow the US to try to calibrate preventing escalation while managing spread, if you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, I see it as a deterrence. And if you listen to the language even yesterday with Jake Sullivan, he kept talking about deterrence and de-escalation. I agree with Gara that Hezbollah, Iran, the United States, none of them want to expand this war, but you don't know what might prevent or what might provoke a country to do more. I mean, I was even surprised this morning. I woke up at 3 a.m. somehow, and I wasn't even sure this was true, but Avali will share that Iran sent some missiles into Pakistan, which is, you know, that's a strange potential escalation. Anything like this
did that happen?
Blow the region out of proportion and make it much more difficult. But at the same time, let's not forget that, you know, at least over the last decade, pretty much the majority of the countries in that region have been involved in some sort of civil war.
That's a real thing. 3 hours ago, Iran missile attack, Pakistan condemns deadly strike. Missiles and drone strikes to destroy 2 strongholds of the Sunni militant group. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Jaish? I guess I am going to pronounce it. Jaish al-Adi? Whatever. I don't know. Pakistan says children were killed. Holy shit. Fuck. Why'd I buy GLW? I should have bought LMT. Oh my god. I need to invest in LMT tomorrow. I don't like profiting off of it, but if they're going to do it, there's money to be made. I might as well.
War or regional war, whether it's Syria, Libya, Yemen, Qatar versus Saudi, troubles within Lebanon, and all of those conflicts have involved external forces supporting militaries and militias inside, and yet none of those did spill over. So I do think everyone is very conscious of what war looks like, because it wasn't so long ago that so many of these countries were dealing with that, and no one wants to go back to that.
Thank you, Karen. Vali, so many questions about the Iranian thinking and position at a time of, yes, a leadership transition potentially coming down the pike in Iran itself. But it strikes me that with the deal that had been done under Chinese auspices with Saudi Arabia, Iran was heading to a sort of place where there was a different future, one in which it was tacitly observing the JCPOA to kind of limit its nuclear enrichment, in which maybe there was some type of economic future for itself connected to China, maybe to Russia, maybe as in a more stable Gulf region. All of that is gone, it looks at the moment, or is it? So the question to you, is Iran welcoming? How is it able to use this moment? Is this a moment that it's trying to put the lid on because the old future is the one that they want to get back to, one of stability? Or is it a tiger they're having to ride that they have very little control over? How do you see How do you think the Iranians see the situation right now?
I mean, I think their read of it would be, and not only them, but also the rest of the axis of resistance, but also I think other governments in the region, that the old order is basically shattered. October 7th essentially ended the order that, Saudi Arabia was thinking about normalization with Israel, was thinking about a shiny economic boom in the Gulf. That whole order has fallen apart, not just because of...
Before it ever emerged.
Before it ever emerged. But if we went back to October 6th, as Gar said, we would see a very different Middle East. Now, the new order isn't there, and I think the Iranians, Hezbollah, everybody is trying to sort of gain this. And as you mentioned at the very beginning, and Ger put it very well, we're seeing both escalation and spread of conflict. And I think the Iranians are trying to manage this. And it's important to note sort of what are they looking at and why they're acting the way they are. First of all, the war itself is escalating. So long as Gaza war is not ended, it's not de-escalating. And the next shoe is going to fall when the humanitarian crisis really hits hard. And so long as the United States and Europeans, etc., don't have any plan for ending this war, and Israel is not ready to do it, we are in an escalatory mode. So we shouldn't kid ourselves. The war is ongoing. It's going through phases. It's not bombing. It's not starvation. It's now humanitarian crisis. So that's escalating. Secondly, I know in the region is very firm belief that the killing of the Hamas leader in Beirut essentially ended an unwritten agreement that existed between Hezbollah and Israel that they would not attack one another's capitals. So I think Hezbollah's view is actually that Israel is coming for it in a very big way. So it's not about whether Iran pushes the button. Hezbollah itself is increasingly in a survival mode. So it's not about just acting on Iran's behalf. And we're also not out of the woods. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu keeps saying that Hezbollah needs to go, above the Litani River, and then he's going to ask for more things. It's not like they're going to stop if Hezbollah were even to go north of Litani River. As Gar said, we've seen now much more direct U.S. involvement in Iraq and Syria and in Yemen. I think we are on a path for U.S. ending up in a war in Yemen. The blood has been drawn. The scale of attacks is there. The Houthis are not going to back down now, and we're heading in that direction. And also, Iraq may end up in a war. I mean, there's one of these missile exchanges between
Look at this.
U.S.
I got two DDs and a BB toward me.
Go wrong, and somebody can get killed, and we're going to be in a
very
very different
fucked.
space. And even if nobody gets killed, if these continue, I think the stability of the Iraqi government and the Iraqi system is now in question. That can Iraq survive an escalated Iran-United States confrontation? And then I would say it's not just that this conflict is spreading, conflict is spreading. And so in the past, since we arrived in Davos, Iran has hit Erbil. Iran has hit Pakistan.
He smoked himself up.
Just before we arrived, Iran captured the oil tanker on the Gulf, and Iran's nuclear program is now going to accelerate. Now, these are not technically, you would say, Gaza, but definitely Iran is opening new fronts. And at the same time, there was also a massive bomb that went off in Iran, killing about 100 people. And even though
no one's going to spot
I think
for
the
you.
Iranians accepted that it was ISIS.
There's nobody going to spot for you.
Because that sort of gives them cover not to have to react. But I think they don't believe that this is coincidental, that ISIS would carry out this attack in Iran right in the middle of the Gaza war.
This is such an easy win now.
And so the real question is, what's their end game? And I think, for Iran and Hezbollah and now increasingly Houthis, they don't want Israel and the United States to dictate the pace of the Gaza war. Israel finish Gaza on its own schedule, and then decide what's going to happen after, and then decide what they're going to do with Hezbollah, and then what they're going to do with Houthis, and decide the end game, as you put it. So in a way, I don't think, sometimes we could become prisoner of our own words to talk about escalation, suggest that, you could also see one man's escalation is another man's deterrence. And one man's escalation, I think the Iranians and Hezbollah want to deny Israel and the United States the ability to dictate what's the new order that's going to emerge in the Middle East. And I think they're opening as many fronts at the same time in order to deny Israel and the United States that capability. I mean, you know, we constantly talk about Houthi-Iranian relationship, but it's very important to note Houthis are very close to Hezbollah. In some ways, more close to Hezbollah than they are to Iran, and that the Houthi escalation actually got into full gear after the Israeli assassination of the Hamas leader. You know, once Hezbollah came to a belief that an expansion of war into Lebanon looks imminent, and Israel has now put aside the 2006 agreement, the Houthis opened the Red Sea front.
Right.
And so there is a logic here more than just wanton escalation.
We can see it's going to be so difficult to do justice to all of these topics in the very limited time. I see we've got 20 minutes left, and I do want to leave 10 minutes for some questions. So please, those of you who've got some ideas, please have them ready and have them short and to the point, which would be very helpful. Let me turn back to you, Saz Rubaidi, Vice President. Let's get to the end game question. What do you think this conflict is going to do to the future of Yemen? What will happen to the future of Yemen?
The final torpedo, bitch.
Heard from everyone here, situation sounds like we're still in the escalation.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. He's on fire. He's out there. He's away from the fight. The carrier is dead. That was my main concern. Their whole team's dead. We got 2 DDs left. They got a DD and that battleship's this way out there. It can't do anything. We're 700 points up. I think we won this match. I'm going to relax and go to the next one.
إلى تشكيل يعني مجموعات يعني لحماية باب المندب والممر الدولي هذا الآن.
Damn, it doesn't even say what this guy's saying. Like, he's just talking and it doesn't say what he says. He's probably like the most important person up there right now because Yemen's under attack.
The only way out of it is a two-state solution. Then, of course, everyone would argue that this is, for the time being, extremely difficult, and it has been proven elusive during the last 30 years. But I think what the 7th of October shows is that there is no way that the Palestinians and the Israelis are going to live together in one state. So if there is no two-state solution, then there is a one-state reality that will be an apartheid state. And I think that should not be acceptable to anyone. So the point is, we need to make, and here, here is a challenge to my American friends. We need to stop talking about that there should be an horizon towards a two-state solution. We need now to say there is no other way out of this than a two-state solution. And we've been waiting for 30 years. My Palestinian friends that have been born after the Oslo Accords have been living in what they see as a one-state reality. Because of that, the belief in the possible two-state solution has been diminished. And just an anecdote. When I lived in Jerusalem during the late 1990s and the beginning of 2000, at the time the support for Hamas was, let's say between 5 to 10%. And I remember in my discussion with my Israeli friends, they said, listen, start to take this seriously. If not, you will end up with Hamas as your interlocutor. Today, we have both Hamas and Fatah as realities, but we have also other sentiments. The question now is, if we don't deal with this now, Hamas and Fatah may be history. Right. There may be other things happening in Palestine that no one likes to see. And since this is my favorite topic that I'm not able to talk about every day, let me just add one other thing. Of course, for this to become a reality, settlement activities need to stop immediately. And on this, there can't be any compromise. There needs to be a very clear, and we know there are limits to what the Americans can do, but on this, there needs to be a very, very clear statement. And if this doesn't stop, basically what we're doing, we're undermining the possibility to see that the end game will emerge. And this is in no one's interest. Ask me about Syria a little bit later.
Exactly. We'll see. Hopefully you'll get a question on that. All the things that Geir hasn't been able to cover, hopefully somebody will ask a question on that. So let me turn to you now, Karen. This conflict, the big question is this: does it have a geopolitical spillover? Where does the US play this with China? Are you expecting China to step up? There's no sign of their desire to do that at all at the moment. Russia seems to be keeping fairly quiet at the moment. Do you think this is fitting at all into the calculus of the Biden administration? They've got so much on their plate. Yeah, how do you see that?
Great question. I mean, the U.S. has been trying to pivot to Asia for some time, all the way back to when I was in the Obama administration. And then, of course, it keeps getting distracted by events in the Middle East. I don't speak for the U.S. government, just to point that out. I worked for them years ago. But look, I think it's interesting to see that, watching Russia insert itself since September 2015, as Gary remembers when they arrived in Syria, militarily getting involved in the war. They made themselves indispensable in any conversations about peace in Syria going forward. China has been very involved in the region, financially, investments, and then of course they did this amazing rapprochement surprise, really, between Iran and Saudi Arabia. So it's quite interesting that neither of those countries are playing at least a role up front in terms of trying to push for a diplomatic solution to this challenge. I'm sure behind the scenes there's a lot going on that I don't know about, including, I'm sure, between the U.S. and China in particular. But it is interesting that at the end of the day, the U.S. is still leading on diplomacy going forward. It's also interesting that, as we've seen with the war in Ukraine, these wars are not contained, right? I mean, Ukraine has had a huge effect at the global level because of the spillover financially, because of food shortages, energy shortages, the economic challenges from that war. And then, of course, the Middle East, because there's so much emotional investment in the region, in what's going on. We've seen protests all over the world, which you don't see for other conflicts. I mean, I don't know if anybody noticed, but in September, the Azerbaijanis basically pushed Armenia out of Nagorno-Karabakh, and I didn't see one protest in the streets about that. So, these conflicts do have a global spillover effect, and I think the Americans are very aware of that, and they're working very hard. The question is, how much leeway will they have, especially while Netanyahu is in power?
And just on that, do you think the U.S. election at the end of this year serves as any kind of spur? Does that ever any kind of feed into U.S. positions and the kind of action? If this war is still going on, or some version of it, we're heading into October, November, do you think this is playing at all out in Washington?
I think in this particular case, it's different from Ukraine. Trump, obviously thinks he has a very special relationship with Netanyahu and with many Gulf leaders. But I don't think in this case that is a factor right now. It's certainly a factor in Ukraine because of concerns about continued weapon supplies being cut off. But I don't see it in the same way anyway.
Vali, let me come to you again, pick up any points you want, but you mentioned, I won't say, well, I'm going to say it tantalizingly, the massive increase in Iran's nuclear program since October the 7th, enrichment up to, 90% now. I mean, a real escalation of the situation compared to where it was before. What does this tell you about Iran's approach to future regional security? Have they now just decided any kind of relationship with the West, the future US government, Europe, is kind of, forget it. We now lean more on Russia. We lean more on China. We can pursue our own direction. Is that part of what's driving their approach to this conflict?
Well, I think in the very short run, I think it's a way of, as I said, to spread the conflict. In other words, if we begin to read more news about 90% enrichment, then that's going to become also another topic the U.S. would have to address.
Right.
And then as
that doesn't worry them. I mean,
no, because I think they've their calculation of how far escalation would go, and before there's an actually outright war, it might be very different from ours. Yeah. And I think right now, I think the view of this axis of resistance is that it's going to be much worse for them to end up living in a Middle East that is completely dictated by U.S. and Israel than otherwise. So I think they're exploring the margins, but and it's very clear in their strategy that they are pushing. So attacks in Iraq, capturing tankers, working with their allies in the region, and then the nuclear issue, all of which suggests that they're trying to push the U.S. in all sorts of ways. Right. And one outcome of this is also to force the U.S. to change its Middle East policy. Yeah. I mean, it's now 100% focused on supporting Israel's campaign in Gaza. So you have to see from their point of view, how are you going to get the U.S. to change? And I think their calculation is that the U.S. would respond only when it faces a threat of war or it faces a grave situation. There's no diplomatic path between them and the U.S. But I also think that if they see a Middle East in which they're going to be in a much more aggressive posture with Israel, which I think is inevitable, that this war, if anything, has raised the possibility of a direct confrontation between the two of them in the next 5 years, several notches up, that having nuclear capability is now more important to them than it was before. I don't think the door on possibility of a nuclear agreement is 100% closed. Yep. But it's only a sliver of light left, and nothing's going to happen in this year because it's election year. So I think their calculation be if there's going to be talks with the next administration in the U.S., it's much better if they have a lot more leverage at that point, more stockpiles of nuclear weapons, more centrifuges, etc. And Gaza is a perfect cover. I mean, Israel doesn't have a bandwidth to threaten bombing Iran right now, and nor does the U.S. So they're taking advantage of that as well.
Okay, bleak enough for everyone in the room. So let's take some questions. We've literally got 8 minutes left, so please quickly introduce yourselves. I've got 2 hands going up. I might take them as a group, 3 hands before. Right, I might even have to stop there. So if you want to direct them to one of the speakers, obviously that would be helpful. Please say who they are. Very quickly say who you are as well, and let's take it. So first, the 2 ladies there, the one on the left, my left, and then I'll come to the gentleman here, and then I'll come to the other lady next to you, and then there was another hand somewhere around here. Sorry, you're first. Yeah, you with my friend.
Hi, this question is for Karen. I'm a young person representing the Global Shapers community of young leaders. This is regarding the comment about Israel not being a 51st state. I just wanted to comment, the U.S. is still heavily funding the Israeli military, including a $14 billion aid package, which largely funded weapons, contributing to the genocide. But U.S. citizens, like you said, are marching throughout the country opposing this. And as a young person who hopes for a future of peace, what do you think the U.S. government's end game is here for the war? As a young person, we hope for a future without war and for peace and for a future where all young people can live in harmony. And so I just hope that you can answer this question for us.
Thank you. And Karen, hold your thoughts replying that, because that's a very important question that needs probably a bit of reflection on how you want to answer it. The gentleman here. Yep, please. The microphone is going to come to you.
Yeah, the second lady.
I tell you what, I'll take the second question there because the microphones can stay together. Sorry, I apologize. Yeah.
No problem. My name is Rana Dajani. I'm a professor from Jordan. I'm originally Palestinian and Syrian, as most of the region. My question is to all the panelists. Following up on the earlier question, with all the disconnect from the whole globe marching against the genocide unfolding in Gaza, which is the root cause of all of this, by the way, and the loss of faith in international law and
kidnappings,
equality of
but
human
okay.
life, demonstrated very much by Western governments supporting the Ukraine but not supporting Gaza, only coming to attack the Houthis when their concerns and power is in question. So, and the stepping in of South Africa to file the complaint in the ICJ for the genocide, how do you see a shift of power in the world from the global north to the global south, and is this, and BRICS, and how is that going to contribute to the end game? Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody can bring a microphone here to the front here. No, here it is. Here it is. Please, microphone. Yep, to that person. Thank you very much.
So my perspective is that of a former Iraqi ambassador to the United States. I'm currently the climate envoy.
Yeah, I figured we won that other one too. 2 in a row.
I'm older than the people who spoke, so I remember things.
We got some dumb cunts on our team trying to tell us how to play. That one fucking
there is
submarine,
a precedent
one of
where
the
United
cruisers.
States intervened forcefully
But we're
to
winning.
force Israelis to withdraw, and that's the Suez Crisis.
Suez Crisis.
Yes.
56.
And what I'm surprised about is that nobody has picked this up. Many years ago, I,
think,
had
like,
an argument with Flora Lewis, which really
so,
irritates me. About
one of the things is, like, if they don't know where the deity is, a lot of them will behave differently, right? Because they're all acting like they don't. Because I was hidden almost 90% of that match. And then the only thing is, like, I don't know why people are even trying to tell someone else how to play. Like, the majority of people, in my opinion, that play this are over 30. You're not going to change someone's mind over that age, right? Like, I mean, you can give them information and maybe they'll make a decision or whatever, but, like, during a match, a stranger telling them something, like, that's zero
history,
chance
and she said, comparaison et
of doing
paraison.
anything but taking them off, right?
To her, I answered, not necessarily. My question to you, to the panelists, is why can't President Biden be more like President Eisenhower and force him to go with Israelis?
He's saying, like, why can't he be more like Trump?
I think, as I can't see the
It's
full
like the
time
most
anymore,
devious
I'm
way of
very tight
saying
on
that.
time. Oh, very quick, sorry, just there.
Why
Yeah,
can't he
if you
be
could take it into the
anti-war?
front row. Very
Why
quick,
can't he
if you
just
don't
win
mind.
this shit?
Yeah, actually, as I
Why
can
can't
see,
he
this
just
is a
stop everybody
humanitarian issue,
from
not a
fucking up?
political thing. End game for the Palestinians. I think you asked the same. What is the end game for the Palestinians?
I don't know why he would ask the Economic Forum that, though. Like, why would you even...
The Gaza issue.
He can't because he's not Eisenhower. He can't because he's not Trump. He can't because he's paid for people who are
We've
making
got
money
the
off of that
questions.
war.
Let me give
Like,
an opportunity for each of you to say something.
He's not
But
going
I'm
to
gonna-
end the
I'm
war
gonna
all of a
make it
sudden
very,
just
very
because you want him
difficult
to be
for
like
because
somebody
at
else.
the end
It's
of
not
your
gonna-
answer
it's a
to the
ridiculous
questions, I
question.
want you to give me a number. Okay? You have to give me a number. Number one is, at the end of this year, we're still roughly in the situation we're in now. Yeah? That is the end game going into 2025. That's number one. Number two is actually there's a breakthrough. Some type of move towards greater stabilization, including on the Palestinian issue. We've got some sort of ceasefire. That's number two. Number three is where Valley was taking us. Actually, the end game of this is Israel versus Iran. At some level. Yeah, I'll let you define how that is, but that it escalates to a point where they each feel that they've made each other so insecure. That's number three. That has impacts, obviously, on the whole region. So, sorry to put you in that position, Vice President. If you don't want to take a number, you don't have to. But I'll let you maybe answer that question, and then some of the others have questions about Palestine and U.S. policy. And we only have 2.5 minutes, theoretically, to do this. That's why I'm giving you numbers.
أنا أتفق مع المتحدثين أن الشعب الفلسطيني بحاجة إلى إقامة دولة مستقلة وبإمكاننا الرجوع إلى المبادرة العربية التي قدمها الملك الراحل عبد الله
That's not a number.
العزيز وهي من توجد الرقم 2 في حالة الاستقرار بإذن الله تعالى.
You choose number 2. I've got a tick next to 2. Thank you very much. Please.
I choose number 4.
Does it give you a breakthrough?
And number 4 is the following. What we're seeing playing out in Gaza is basically the old world order, some way or another, coming towards an end.
Right.
What we are seeing in Syria is that the new world order is not in place.
Yeah.
But it's a place where no one can dictate the outcome. And I remind you, in Syria there are 5 foreign armies.
Yeah.
It's a place where the Iranians, the Russians, the Americans, the Israelis are on the same territory, and they're not capable of working out a vision together on how to solve this. And I think of a message, as my message is and needs to be, is that none of you, when it comes to this world, can dictate the outcome of the conflict. There needs to be some kind of a compromise, some kind of working together. And I believe what we are seeing in Gaza is making that more difficult.
Right.
And that's why we may have a spillover along the line that Vali was mentioning.
Right.
But the point is, there is a way out of this if there is a political willingness.
It's like a modern-day Trail of Tears,
And
right?
On this, we need another panel. Yes.
Or way worse. However you want to
Sounds
term
like a
it.
2 to me, but that's all right. I'm going to let you have your 4. Please, over to you, Karen.
It does sound like a 2.
exactly.
It seems
Very good
he's just
questions.
saying like a breakthrough is
I
going to
think
happen.
people always overestimate U.S. influence when he gives countries money, and Valley can tell you better than anyone. U.S. gave a lot of money to Pakistan over many years and had very little leverage on what Pakistan could do. So while you think it should be easier, it's not so easy to change the rules and withdraw the money. It gets very complicated. But they do have influence. They just don't have as much as people think. And then to your point, and I'm agreeing with Gare, I think you're absolutely right that the world has changed. We don't know what the new order is going to be. Neither the United States nor China can tell countries what to do.
Yeah.
And smaller countries are asserting themselves in ways we haven't seen before, which is very good, actually, for the global order. But we don't quite know how it will settle out. Finally, I'm a 2, only because I'm an optimist. And I read an article that said optimists live longer than pessimists.
That's true.
And optimists are happy until they're depressed. So I'm going to be happy until I get depressed.
Okay. Valley, over to you. Last word.
So I would say to the questions that were raised here that for the first time, global public opinion is an actor here. I mean, that's one of the things that actually can force a change in the United States and Israel as well. And if you listen to Hassan Nasrallah's speech of January 3rd, you could see how much emphasis he was putting on global public opinion. Secondly, I would say that, as Gare said earlier, unless the United States looks beyond just Gaza and looks beyond what happens in Gaza and thinks about a much broader sense of regional security, then we're in number 5. And I would also say that one conclusion of this panel should be that the job of managing all of this should be given to Gare. So,
And what's your number? What's your number? 1, 2, 5. Oh, that was. I'm never gonna,
conditional 5.
I'm never going to try numbers again. That was a failure.
I thought it was really good. I don't know
Thank
why
you
you
very
didn't-
much. Look, that we covered an
didn't like it.
enormous amount of issues. We've only got a minute and a half over time. And so could you please
Everybody
join me
answered
in
2
thanking an
dumbly,
excellent
but
panel.
they all
Thank you
answered
for
2.
coming.
Enemy tin can has been detected. Enemy submarine detected. I'm sure you know what to do with it. The enemy is close to victory. It's time to turn the fat around. Engine boost is disabled. Slowing down. Light a cigar. Son, the engine is out of order. Enemy battleship sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it.
Yeah, this isn't going to happen.
Enemy is close to victory. It's time to turn the fat around.
There ain't nothing going to happen that we can do
It
here.
disappeared into the smoke. Enemy destroyer has been sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it. You were left alone, son. I do not allow you to fail this mission.
Well, I've already failed. Fuck it. Alright. Okay.
Have you finished playing around? The main caliber turret is out of action. Son, the engine is out of order. The fire is burning up. Get ready. It's fixed.
Yeah. Alright. Next. Alright, what else got? Davos. You got anything else? World Economic? Oh, fucking Kerry. Alright, yeah. We're gonna play the John Kerry one. This ought to be great. All right, we're gonna skip the
ravage
stupid
every-
video here. Here we go.
Towards this critical work of reducing emissions as rapidly as possible. Investment horizons are still too short, risk tolerance is often too low, and there frankly remains a myopic focus.
Where's the
on
data to
short-term
back up
profits.
anything he just said?
And no actor alone, we know, can solve these issues. We're going to need private capital, development finance institutions, philanthropy, and more. And it's only
We get it,
together,
spend
by
a bunch of
working
money,
together with
but
partnerships,
on
with
what
new ambition,
and why?
new models, that we can address this pressing problem. And we've seen some of this work actually being done just here at WEF in the last couple of days. Gaia has pulled together a coalition that's set its sights
and hugely informed panel. So I'm almost embarrassed in laying out some initial thoughts. And David himself just now gave you a pretty good summary of what is at stake. And if I repeat a little bit, forgive me, but it can bear repetition, folks. I'm trying to find a way every day to be able to communicate to people what the urgency really is and why it is that we need to more and more take seriously what the scientists are telling us and what Mother Nature is telling us on a pretty regular basis. Last year, 2023, which David referred to, was literally the most disruptive, climate disruptive, most climate consequential negative year in human history. And as we all know, if you measure, there's a important body of evidence now that's been laid out that really doesn't leave us any space for debate or, frankly, procrastination any longer. There are millions of people, already millions, moving in various places on the planet, not always exclusively because of climate, but greatly added to by climate.
I don't know why anyone listens to Kerry or
lack of ability
Mitt
to grow the
Romney.
crops.
I feel like once you flip flop, you're done.
Prevalence of disease that now takes hold,
Which is kind of a
that
sad
we
state.
thought we had eradicated.
Because like you'd think that people could be allowed to change their minds
The
or whatever.
climate crisis is also a health crisis. In addition to that, the quality of the air, which comes directly from greenhouse gas emissions,
I guess that whole
is
tax
killing
evasion
7
thing he
million
did.
people a year around the planet. And when I say killing
then
them,
the,
I'm talking about literally the disease that you get because you're
The Iran nuclear deal that he
breathing in
did behind closed
particulates.
doors.
And the levels of cancer, the levels of
It's hard to even
complications for
hear the
people
guy
with
out.
heart disease or emphysema and so forth are clear scientifically. In addition to that, we're witnessing
Is he blaming heart disease on
disruption
climate?
that is really, really
That seems
dangerous
weird.
in terms of macro global diplomacy and strategy. Strategic thinking is changing as a consequence, though not all the policies of the world have changed sufficiently to address it. But because of what's happening to the island states, where their leaders now don't just sit around and think about what they're going to do to respond, but they are thinking about how they're going to move their people and where they're going to go. And will they be able to maintain statehood in this afterlife of a nation that is without a nation place? President Biden has actually issued a executive statement that he, as president of the United States, will recognize those countries. Think of that. We've already had to say we will recognize a country that had to move from where it is, that doesn't have a country anymore, but can still sit in the United Nations or still be engaged in international affairs in a recognized way. Those are the kinds of things some people on this planet have to actually think about right now and respond to. But in addition to that, there
Why
are
are my
places
shots
that
going
are
way
becoming
past him?
unworkable, let alone unlivable. The human body just doesn't respond the way it would at 100 degrees, 101 degrees, at 135 or 140 degrees. Last year in Phoenix, Arizona, 31 straight days at 110 degrees or higher. Asphalt that starts to melt, airplanes that can't land because the airport has to close for a period of time. So disruptions to business, disruptions to life, all bear a cost. And people who are following this will tell you the cost of lost productivity, of interruptions of movement of goods and services and so forth. So I've been traveling around the world a lot in the last 3 years, meeting with leaders of countries, trying to urge them to choose something different in terms of their energy production. Where they have gas, they could also be deploying renewables, but they want to choose the gas. And so how do you go into that place and persuade people, wait, that's a bad choice, and you have a better choice? When their answer to you is, well, and this is what I've heard many times, well, Mr. Secretary, how much money is the United States able to put into that, and will you, make that available to us? If you help us, we can do it.
Won that match.
And of course, most governments in the world are not running around with magical surpluses these days, in a position competing against Ukraine and Gaza and emergency assistance and AIDS for Africa and 100 other things we do, to be able to plunk the money down and say, oh yeah, we'll do that for you. So by default, we see bad decisions being made which have implications for all of us. So I was here a year ago to help WEF launch the Gaia initiative. And I'm here again today because I'm convinced that the only way we win this battle is by stepping up exponentially from where we are today and begin to treat this fight almost as if we were in a war. I hate the war analogies because we get tired of them and they're probably overused, but unfortunately it's apt. In World War II, when we needed to gain control over the skies of the ocean and learn how to penetrate Hitler's defenses in order to win the battle of freedom, it was mid-level techs who made a lot of decisions that actually helped us win the war. And Paul Kennedy at Yale has written a book about this called The Engineers of Victory, which if you want to read about real effort, it'll tell you about it. At the end of the war, we could turn out one B-24 bomber every hour, on the hour, in a reconstituted automobile factory because we were serious.
There's no way
Could we be doing that today
I
for
can't
solar
believe that.
panels? Could we be doing that today for blades, for turbines? You bet we could. But the politics of the world haven't yet moved to understand that that is almost literally where we need to be. Why? Because, as David just said to you, trillions of dollars are needed. Somewhere between 2.5 to 3 trillion and 4.5 to 5 trillion dollars a year, every year.
The guy has the nerve to talk about all of the money that needs to go into this
Think
stuff.
about that.
And then Obama's fucking solar power arrangement, or whatever you call it, in Nevada, isn't even hooked up.
Where we need to be to win the battle?
This guy's
No,
not even
the
trying to
answer's
push
no.
for a continental grid. Like,
And
what
what
the
does it
fuck?
take to get there? The single
He's just
most,
asking for money.
the single
Like all the things that would
biggest
actually be
push
actionable. He's
or
not pushing
change
for that.
that would have an impact around the world right now is money. Now, President Biden didn't just put
frustrating.
money down through certain incentives, et cetera. He passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which has now seen us.
No, he turned
88
over
new
money.
Battery companies
Don't
in the
fucking
United
lie, you
States since
cocksucker.
that law was passed.
He turned over money. That's it.
It's a law that was geared to provide about $369
There was a construction that was built, though.
billion
They have
to be
a
able to
solar array
help
out there.
Companies and
It's not
countries
connected.
to
I
be
wonder
able to
why.
make the better
I wonder why they
decisions.
didn't connect it.
But in reality,
Billions
it's
of
almost
dollars,
$1
they
trillion
didn't connect it.
That's going to be spent. Why? Because there's no ceiling on it. There's a floor. The ceiling is defined by those people who are ready to use it and able to use it and who qualify for it. And so we actually could get up into $1 trillion if we were to push the curve.
$1 trillion, motherfucker?
So,
Jesus
folks,
Christ.
public-private partnerships.
Holy
which is what is
shit.
going to be discussed here. Is
That's how
a
fucking
critical
crazy he is, dude.
Leverage point for
Like,
our
dude, you-
ability to be able to
Holy
look
fuck.
people in the eye and say we are doing
Get some of the shit
everything
you tried to do before that you did
possible
fund to fucking
and
work.
that we can try to do.
Maybe
We
focus
need
on
to
that shit.
unlock and speed up action.
Yeah,
We need to
unlock and
bring
speed it
things
up.
to
Fuck that.
scale where we know that they work but we don't have the ability to bring it to scale because
dead.
people are reluctant to invest. And that's
Dirty
another
D's dead, I'm
place where
dead.
philanthropy has a critical role. And I hope
It's a
and
fair
I'm
trade.
confident it will be discussed here today. There are trillions of dollars in the marketplace. Some of it was parked for quite a period of time when the interest rates were low, particularly low. And we're paying for the privilege with net negative interest. They're paying for the privilege of being parked in a bank somewhere and not put to use at a time where even that money, which is owned by somebody, BlackRock and Goldman Sachs and Blackstone and all these folks who manage vast sums of money, it's not their money. And a lot of people don't understand that. But it's money that is seeking a return on investment in almost every case. And they are under a fiduciary responsibility to provide that. So if a client comes in and plunks down X hundreds of millions of dollars and says, I want you to do the following things with this, they're duty bound to do it. That money is not available to be able to make the difference that some people in the world think. So what we have to do to cure that and get that money to deploy is create bankable deals. And when you create a bankable deal, you're basically taking risk out of the deal, reducing the risk, so that you have first loss or earnest money or something put up that gives people
Okay, this guy's pissing me off. I gotta come up with a name of this place here. It's Obama's solar park, right? Solar power in Nevada. What is it called? Copper Mountain Solar One Facility, Boulder City. No, it's got a more complicated name than that. What is it called? Some fucking liberal website calls it a huge success. It's not even hooked up. It doesn't even work. Solyndra scandal? Is it now a scandal? It shouldn't be a scandal. They built it. They just didn't hook it up. It was like $4 billion, if I remember right. Maybe 6. Can't fucking find it. I've seen pictures of it, and all I know is that it's all there. All of the parts are there, and it's not actually being used. It's not actually hooked up. It just is there.
Light a cigar. As always, you've missed everything. Torpedoes astern. Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Just like a huge waste of money. And like they could get it working. And like I don't know how do you spend that much money and you don't even have it just basic working? You know what I mean? Like there's all those panels. They should have been connecting them up as they went, right? Instead of trying to connect them all at once. Like just the whole from strategy all the way throughout. It was just a failed everything. Like I don't know if it was like sabotaged. It seems like maybe it was sabotaged. I don't know if that's the case. Maybe it was sabotaged for political reasons. I fucking hope not. But whatever the case, that shit's not working. It's not on, and it's not connected to the grid. And a continental grid is like step one. Like, I don't know why we don't have a continental grid. Like, I'm sure it's because of globalist fucking presidents just being shitheads. Because obviously that would be like, I don't know, something they would probably encourage if they actually had legit concerns for the U.S. in any fashion, right?
It was about time. The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead. Son, the engine is out of order.
like all of Europe, actually different countries have a connected grid, and the U.S. doesn't, and we literally are the same country. Like that's how fucking retarded that is. It always ticked me off. And so what you end up having is like you have all this land in Nevada and Arizona that would be perfect for solar panels. They can get power 24. Well, obviously not when it's dark. They can get a lot of power though, and the amount of power that they would need to generate to just supply power to the rest of the U.S. not really that much. Like it's not. In fact, the thing that Obama built, if we had a grid that was hooked up, I believe it would be like a quarter or a half or something like that. It was like some crazy amount. Maybe it's only a quarter though. But anyway, yeah.
Son, enemy tin can has been detected. Son, enemy cruiser has been detected.
Oh. So one of my team's trying to tell me how to play again. Like, fuck off, kid. I don't give a shit what you think. If I wanted your opinion, I'd ask, but I didn't. If I'm bad, I'm bad. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not going to trust some random stranger to tell me advice that I'm going to value.
Enemy battle wagon has been detected. Engine boost is disabled. Slowing down.
Detonation.
I'm proud of you, son. Great fight.
I don't know what he wanted. I went for B. I went for the carrier. I don't know what he wanted. He wants me to spot frame me. He can fuck himself. I don't care. There's only so many DDs in the match. You're going to fight ships that are being spotted for and aren't being spotted for. It doesn't really matter to me. If like there was like 3 DDs and it was, 2 cruisers and 2 battleships, I'd still feel the same way. But like if there's just like 1 or 2, I'm still going to feel the same way. It's not. I don't see how they're going to like complain that everyone is being actively spotted by a DD. Like you play your ship, if you get spotted, great. You don't. Like I don't know. I'm not gonna bitch at you for not shooting someone when I'm spotting them the whole game. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I might bitch like to myself about it, but I'm not gonna tell that guy, "Hey, you're a shithead for not shooting." Like, I don't know. You do you.
Confidence that if they are going to put some of that money down, there are the good prospects, not good, they can have defensible prospects that's a bet that's worth making. Now, how do we do that? Well, philanthropy can play a far bigger role than it is today. And I'm optimistic about our prospects, frankly, if we can churn this money out.
I still can't believe he's asking for money and they don't even have the things that they said they would deliver.
Don't have to be achieved by next week or by next year. There's a first plateau of 2030 where we need to have a minimum of a 43% reduction, and then there's 2050 where we need to be able to hit the net zero 2050. So we do have some time here to bring maturity to some of these technologies and to deploy them in a way that will make a difference. Now, we have countries now that have agreed on targets for the global adaptation. Adaptation, a lot of people have shied away from investing in because they think they can't make money. Not true. There are loads of adaptation projects which actually have a return on investment. And so you could be earning 10, 12, 15%, which for a pension fund or something is not a bad return. And if you have that with a 30-year PPA,
There's so much more risk in that.
Offtake agreement, you're in business and you're able to be able to make things work. So think
0% of the people who
Think
invested in
how we
Obama's
change
project
the way we look
got
at that.
paid.
And we have to make the multilateral
None of them.
commitments that we need to do
They
this
all lost
more
money.
of a reality. Multilateral action combined with progress is already happening in the markets. And it is propelling us forward, but just not big enough and fast enough. And yet, and this question of scale is critical, and I think we have to talk about that here now today. Philanthropy can be an accelerant here, folks. Needs to be. But for whatever reasons, and I think it'd be great for the panel to explore this, climate philanthropy seems to have plateaued at less than 2% of all philanthropic giving. Given the nature of this crisis, we got to break that mold. And that's another of the challenges that we face. So I was really excited to learn that the Gaia program or plan is launching a corporate philanthropy challenge here today to mobilize smart catalytic capital towards climate and nature interventions by 2030. I would hope that we could go further than the $1 billion, that we could actually make it a bigger grab, if you will, a challenge. And maybe that 2% figure will inspire people to reach out to more philanthropies and build this out. But I want to go back to what I said earlier. 1.5 degrees. And I'll close sort of just on this note. In Dubai, we actually did break the mold. We came out with a very different paradigm. Building on Paris, building on Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh. We got 195 countries to all agree to buy into the notion that we have to transition away from fossil fuels, and we have to do so in accordance with the science. We have to do so meeting the goal of 2050 net zero, and we have to do so accelerating those efforts now in this decade. That's the conclusion and the operative language, which we all have to digest more in order to get where we need to go. That, to me, is a game changer. And when you add it to the methane initiative, to the shipping challenge, to the food and agriculture challenges, to the other efforts that came out in terms of the loss and damage fund and other things, we're in better shape to take this issue to where it needs to go than we have ever been. And that's why this meeting is even more important than it might have normally been, because philanthropy doesn't have to sit there and worry, though sometimes it may in one form or another, but it doesn't have the same fiduciary restraint with respect to
the good thing here is that those cuts that went to the other spot,
mostly
they have to win that match or else
gives grants.
they'll be in the match longer than me winning, losing, or whatever. I don't know.
Here,
I'm happy about that.
Could not be more
that my side was decided
couldn't be
quickly.
bigger, couldn't be more compelling, and hopefully we're going to get some great ideas on the table today for how we're going to win this battle. So thank you all very, very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry. Well, let's get into it. Ray, first, just very briefly, you sometimes make a habit of predicting cataclysmic world-ending events. You've talked about World War III and the U.S. Civil War. Where does climate change rank on that list for you? I just want to set the stakes here.
Well, it's a huge issue. As was mentioned, if we take the cost of it, and I think the $5 trillion is a good number to use.
This guy's not an optimist, he's very old. I just want to point that out.
GDP. So at a minimum, if you get that amount of money, 5% of world GDP is very expensive. So that is if you succeed.
Yeah.
And if you don't succeed, it was well established what the magnitude is.
The costs are going to be tremendous.
Okay. So as Secretary Kerry was saying, there's a cost of either preventing it there's a cost of adapting to it. How do you build the infrastructure and all of that? And then there's a cost of its damage.
And so when you think about mobilizing the capital necessary to address it at the scale we're talking about, which is not incremental, but really tremendous, when you talk about that exponential step up, where does that come from? How do you, as someone who's steeped in the world of finance, understand putting together some of these partnerships? Which has to go first? Where is the first layer of risk coming from? And how do you get more money off the sidelines?
I think that there's been a tragedy of practicality in looking at where the money comes from.
I would say so.
What I mean by that is only about
Oh, it's
1/6
more
of
like
the amount of money is being
a tragedy of practicality of like the execution of it, the waste of the money.
gotten. Right? And and so there's this notion we should. But there's the facts of let's look at who has the money, what is the size of it, and what are their motivations. I think you, Secretary Kerry, did a very good job of describing the motivations of those. And so when you look at philanthropy, total world philanthropy is about $1 trillion a year. And let's be practical. What do they give it to? They want to give it to their hospital, their children's, schools that they went to. They want to give it to their neighborhoods and so on. And that's just a reality that we have to accept. We are not going to just say they should get more. Or if you take a bank, there was an idea that banks have a lot of money, but they have to get money returns to the people and they have to produce returns. And so there's a basic system here that I see the largest pool of money is institutional investor money.
Yeah.
And I see that they want to invest in this, but they have constituents too. In other words, all of the sovereign wealth funds and the institution, pension funds, have to deliver returns to those particular people. And so the question really is, it's a simple question, that profitability is one of those considerations in entering it. And what I see
It's the
simultaneously,
only
and I
consideration.
saw
What
at
is he talking
COP28, I
about?
was there for 10 of the 12 days, and my own passion is in ocean exploration, and the ocean is a passion. And I saw so many bright ideas that I want to invest in, that I know, what's the great power? The great power is in entrepreneurship and inventing ideas or developing in the capital markets and providing a good return. So I think as Secretary Kerry said so articulately, that if we tap into that potential, and I think this is the time.
Is anybody hitting that
if
guy?
I look at, let's say, a good example would be Bill Gates' breakthrough energy.
Yep.
And we look at the double bottom line, because money itself, even in philanthropy, has to be sustainable. Everything has to be sustainable, not just the environment. And so I think we're at a moment right now
I got no
where
damage.
there's excitement for being able to make good investments. So as we go
I
down
can't hit
the
these
line
guys.
here and we talk about the different people,
Way more
we
useful I
think,
just
okay,
fuck around
there's-
up the
I
line or
think
whatever.
together
This is
that we
horrible.
can put together great investment funds that can demonstrate, for example, to sovereign wealth funds and large institutional investors and other, that they can get a return on that. And that unleashes that. Not when you
Please,
provide the
something fucking
return,
hit.
you also unleash the inventiveness of entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
So that's what I view Gaia as about.
That's great. I mean, this notion of a tragedy of practicality, though, I want to keep coming back to that because it strikes me that the biggest tragedy of all would be to let our practicality stop us from making the real radical investments we need to in the coming decades. Mafalda, I'd love to turn to you. You run the UNFCCC's Green Climate Fund. You're mobilizing capital from nation states, deploying it to the people, to the projects that need it most. And yet, I don't need to tell you, it is sometimes hard for you to get those commitments, to secure that funding. The United
Can I
States
get a single hit?
just committed $3 billion, it was potentially overdue,
There we go.
in Dubai this past winter at COP28. Why, though, are you finding it so challenged? When we think about this notion of practicality, what is the holdup for those who really are controlling the purse
some hits.
strings to open them up for what so many now agree is this most existential of issues?
So first of all, let me say that I'm really happy to be here, and we're really happy to be part of Gaia. in particular, the focus on partnerships and bringing public-private philanthropic capital together, and also the element of innovation. I also want to say that, normally I could play a little bit the role of Secretary Kerry, not as eloquent as him, but, in bringing the science and
No, this is
how
a waste
much
of
we need
time
to
over
pay
here. These
attention
are all
to the
DDs.
urgency. But I also want to bring a positive spin to the story, and because I think we need hope. We need people to believe that this is possible. We have been investing for many years, for more than a decade, roughly 2 decades, in these type of investments in developing countries. And we have seen tough investment decisions being made by governments and by private sector. And you can look at it. If you track the history of renewable energy investments in developing countries, when the first, second, third of its kind of these investments happened, these were difficult investment decisions. How did we bring them about? Because public and private capital came together. And the type of risk capital that Green Climate Fund provides was a big component. MDB's money, Akhtar is here, he can speak to that as well, but it was this combination of public and private capital. So we have come a long way in trying to bring public capital together, MDBs, bilateral governments, because we have seen the power of bringing people together. We have brought public and private capital together, mostly in the project finance spaces. Now we really, and we have demonstrated, we have piloted, we have created some markets, we have created track records, learning curves, we have helped private sector companies go through certain learning curves, but we have a problem of scale. We have a problem. If we could allow things to move organically, this was all fine. But
do we have anything with any
cannot
torps?
Just allow things to move organically.
Apparently, we have a couple fires going on that champagne.
Because
I don't know. I think that's a loss.
The need to act
Pretty sure we
with
just lost a bunch in a
speed
row.
and scale. So this is why we need these sort
Oh,
of
no, we're getting wins. Okay.
push and this type of initiatives. And I agree with Ray. The biggest pool of capital is in institutional capital. So what is it that it will take? And we are here to bring the public the risk capital, patient capital like ourselves, other type of capital, other type of public capital, and the institutional capital. And I see good signs. I see, we ourselves announced at COP, we being anchor investment in a platform to bring institutional capital for subnational borrowing or lending, for subnational lending. We are part of a guarantee company to guarantee the issuance of green bonds. We need to see these. So I really am looking forward to seeing the big bets. We are talking about in Gaia, what are the big bets where we can rally support from a variety of critical stakeholders and drive systematically action at scale.
Thank you, Mafalda. Mokhtar, we just heard from Mafalda talk about private capital crowding in. We've heard that phrase over and over. The World Bank is newly resolved under the leadership of President Ajay Banga to try to mobilize capital to address climate change. You run the International Finance Corporation, which is the part of the World Bank that specializes with working with the private sector. So you're right at that nexus. People talk about the World Bank sort of serving as this leverage point that could bring in hundreds of billions, if not even trillions potentially of dollars from the private sector, and yet we still see, even today, even with that renewed ambition, borrowing costs are much higher in the developing world. It's harder and harder to build these renewable projects in the places that need them most. We have FX risk, geopolitical risk, raising the cost of capital. What's being done, and what are the biggest roadblocks to finding more of these opportunities for that money to come in and make the difference that you want it to make?
Thank you very much, David. When Ajay came, he put in place a private sector lab. So part of the private sector lab is 20 CEOs, institutional investor, private fund, and he asked Mark Gardner and Shruti to coordinate, to chair this group, and I am coordinating it practically to come with ideas. What are we learning from this exercise? First, people want guarantees.
They want more guarantees, private sector. The number one request was more guarantees, political risk guarantees, and other type of guarantee. Currently, we put in place a working group at the World Bank where we put all our guarantee instruments, and the objective will be to put them together and to be making much more accessible and easier to access by the private sector and increase the scale. Second, you mentioned it, FX. Actually, it was not as big as we thought at the beginning. The most important one was really guarantees. But FX is coming, and we're looking at options to be able to address this issue. The third one was regulation. Still a lot of confusion on the regulation, lack of predictability from investors, particularly when they're working on emerging countries. The fourth one is pipeline of project. So we are working now on originate to distribute. So change a little bit the philosophies. Secretary Kerry, in the conversations that we had at UNGA, in the panels that you chair with Fatih, that question was raised. Because the report that we prepare IFC with Fatih Birol, that was the one who came with the $2.8 trillion a year, I was saying that there is still lack project, a bankable project that you can see. And last question is that when you talk to institutional investors, they tell us below $1 billion, we are not interested. So you need to bring large project. So it means that we have a few challenges there. One, how do we work with the smaller countries which don't have access to capital market, but also
okay, so he's firing at me and I can't see him. That's frustrating.
Which are the largest emitters. So we have all these JETP efforts that has been made, and the big question now is how to have more philanthropy money and grant money and blended money to address these issues of this large country. The Indonesia of this world, the China of this world, those are the countries that really
we can see him again.
Move the data. So for that, we have already 4 years ago with Rockefeller Foundation, with Raj, we put together this coalition, but it was for access. So it was for access to all countries. Something similar was needed for middle-income countries. I think that's why Gaia is so important, because now we start talking about what we will remove really the needle, and I think bringing significant amount of it and showing the investment that bring return will be important. Let me give you two examples of things that people are looking into. Green hydrogen. For instance, today we are investing and looking for, in the middle of the food crisis, to invest in green fertilizer, greening the production of fertilizer with renewable, green hydrogen, urea, ammonia, and so forth. How we can do more carbon capture, how we can do a certain number of things, how we can lower the cost and adoption of the technology. Lastly, let's not forget the hard-to-abate sector, which has been currently a little bit forgotten in that conversation, and we'll be focusing a lot on generation, but not a lot on reducing the emission coming for the hard-to-abate sector. Yeah. So this is what is coming of the current conversation. It's hot from the oven, but I think that we are moving in the right direction. But definitely the scale of blended finance going for middle-income countries, the JETP country, need to be increased significantly.
Significantly in the years to come. Thank you. Desmond, let me turn to you. As CEO of Temasek Trust, which is the philanthropic arm of Temasek, of course, you recently made a $1 billion Singapore commitment to help get these catalytic investments moving forward.
Dude, if you're investing in Singapore, you're going to get a return.
That's great, but
I don't know what they're talking about now.
Inside the thought process, we have lots of institutional investors out there.
There's no way he doesn't get a return on that.
Not taking steps like this. What gave you the conviction to actually move forward, and what do you say to those?
Oh, you see, it was really easy. You know, I looked at how many TEU of fucking shit's coming through their port and how automated it is, and I was like, you know, Singapore.
The world who feel that in solving the global climate challenge, you can't not solve for Asia. And so what we're looking to do, of course, is to bring partners, like-minded partners from around the world, donors, knowledge experts, program partners, who are keen to come together to see how we can
That's probably not going to hit anything. There's probably nothing out there.
Much more impactfully.
Probably wasted those torps for 2 minutes.
So I would say that what we're hoping to do in Temasek Trust is
there's DD way out there. Maybe I'll hunt him down. I don't know.
It's to catalyze. We know that more than half the world's population is here in Asia. More than half the emissions are coming out of Asia. Temperatures are based on projection,
play.
they would rise twice faster in Asia than the global average. But on the bright side, we're seeing that nearly half the world's GDP is also coming out of Asia. And there is an increasing share of wealth that's coming out of Asia and growing philanthropic interest in Asia. And a stronger desire to want to do more, do faster, do things in a much more intentional way. And what we're hoping to do, therefore, is to bring all of this together around climate, around the intersections with health, with inclusive development and education.
There, we got
And we
that
think
one.
that the way to do this is, of course, to build and enable capacity. And so one of the things which we're doing is to start up an Asia Center for Change Makers. It's for social entrepreneurs, it's for philanthropists, investors, family officers who want to come into such an institute to nurture talent and raise competency. So we're
All right.
doing that this year.
Well, we
we think that
lost.
there is a lot of scope for us to partner up with institutions, research houses, thought leaders from around the world who can help us
Thought leaders.
make sense of where the issues are most pressing. Systems thinking, theories of change, around what is this that's most purposeful and impactful for us to drive forward together in fixing. We think that there is space for us to build a marketplace, the infrastructure for an impact marketplace where we can connect up projects with funders. And we think that particularly
He's got an
early
earpiece in his
stage,
ear?
Projects which are not immediately bankable,
Kind of a discreet
investable,
way to get
we
the
think that some amount
translations,
of
but there's
seed
nobody up there with a
capital
different
going
language.
into
I don't know.
helping them along, crossing that valley of death, if you like, would go a long way towards making some of these impact projects possible and feasible. And we think, fourthly, I would say, we want to try
I
and
can't
build
believe that they
momentum
invested in Singapore
across
though. Like I
all
mean,
of
like
this
I
that
can
we're
believe it,
talking about.
but I can't
We
believe that
think
they
there
came
is
on the
scope
economic
for
forum
us
and they
to
were like, "Yeah,
come
this is
together with
philanthropy.
partners
We're giving
to
this
try
money
and
away."
drive an
Yeah.
amplifier program where successful entrepreneurs, mentors, people who've been there before can lend a helping hand and help those who are trying to start up with their fresh ideas around the climate challenge find success in the commercial space. So all these are exciting enablers that we think that the Philanthropy Asia Alliance, with all of our partners, can come together to try and...
I mean, to be fair, if they started recycling, if they recycled all the trash in Singapore every year, then sure, they could say that their philanthropy, which returns or no returns, would produce a solution for every country, right? Because it's an island, and so there's a finite amount of trash, hopefully, that they're producing, and a finite amount of trash that they're eliminating. And if they were able to do it, then it would be reproducible somewhere else because whatever they have, everyone else has, right? So if they did figure out a solution, sure, that would be good.
make some movement in this space.
That's great. Thank you, Desmond. Badr, you were the
I mean, other than
COP28
recycling
special
all the trash, I know
representative
what the
for business
solution
and
would be.
philanthropy. And as we've heard in the last
100%
hour or so,
recycling?
both philanthropies and potentially businesses are
Illegalizing
hesitant
rappers?
to deploy capital at
What are
scale,
they gonna do?
but for different reasons. Philanthropies, perhaps,
Illegalize,
some
ban
would argue,
trash.
are too conservative, trapped in cycles of very sort of judicious ways of deploying capital and looking for that, near-term local impact, if you will, that Ray was describing. And businesses, of course, have shareholders to answer to for the most part. Can you take us inside the room, if you will, and help us understand when you were talking with businesses, when you were talking with philanthropies at COP28, how did you help get them over that line and start convincing them to deploy more capital against this issue?
So first of all, just want to thank and congratulate WEF and more specifically Gaia for continuously elevating the role that strategic philanthropy can play in partnership with business capital and government capital to really help to move the
Case
needle
hits, please.
a lot further and a lot faster on a whole host of global issues, including, of course, the climate and nature agenda. So it's been just over a month since COP28, and as I was saying to Ray, some of us are still experiencing withdrawal symptoms, waking up in night sweats thinking about loss and damage fund and global decarbonization accelerators. But it really was a moment where, as Secretary Kerry said, 195 nations in the world or so came together to deliver the UAE consensus in response to the first global stocktake. And there were a number, as Secretary Kerry said, a number of unprecedented outcomes, one of which, of course, was the fact that the world came together to agree on the transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, underpinned by the science towards net zero by 2050. We agreed to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency.
Triple
by
renewable
2030.
energy.
We agreed to double adaptation financing. We managed to harness over $85 billion in new capital, really from across the spectrum of stakeholders. We agreed to operationalize the loss and damage fund and a host of other outcomes
radar,
across
so I don't
different
know what
climate,
this is.
nature, health, spectrum.
Can I get some hits,
But
please?
for me, what I think COP28 represented, which really was the vision of Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, was a paradigm shift in the way that we unite, act, and deliver. And I think it also demonstrated that even in a pretty dismal geopolitical environment, multilateralism isn't dead, but that it needs to work for everybody. So it really was the inclusivity piece that I think underpinned the success of the conference. So yes, we had about 90,000 people who turned up, and that may have been a record, but it's what those 90,000 people represented. Yes, we had heads of state and ministers that you would expect to see at a COP conference, but we also had record number of businesses, of business leaders, of philanthropists, of youth, of civil society representatives, of climate activists, of indigenous peoples. And I think it was the combination of all these stakeholders coming together, again, that inclusivity piece, that helped bridge some of the trust divides that were growing across sectors, but also across regions of the world. So I think going forward, in order to create and generate that multiplier effect, to take us from the billions that we have to the trillions that we need, we really need to continue to embrace the inclusivity that COP28 put forward. And I'm confident in discussing and talking to the COP29 presidency and, of course, the COP30 presidency in Brazil that this is exactly what we're going to continue to do. So I'm very optimistic that by bringing these parties together, including philanthropic capital, we can help to see and scale impact and also availability of climate and nature finance.
Next.
Thank you very much, Badr. We're running out of time, but let me get through as much more as we can. Ray, briefly, my colleague Rob Copeland at the New York Times just wrote an illuminating book about you and Bridgewater called The Fund. In it, he makes clear just how focused Bridgewater is on delivering returns to investors. And you have over and over again said that all of this work that we're talking about needs to be profitable, that business is not going to suddenly turn into a charity just because the climate crisis is upon us. How do you think about this very central issue? And more specifically, is it not the case that the crisis is so severe that potentially businesses, investors need to be willing to sacrifice some short-term returns in the immediate to address what so many in this room agree is an existential issue?
First of all, let me clarify that that book is not an accurate book, but I will address your question. It's more of a fantasy than an accurate book. I think we have to be practical. So, for example, when we go down and think about how much does the World Bank have to give guarantees?
You're talking about generating fucking energy, which you can sell, you dumb motherfuckers. Like, what the
Development Bank, multinational development
like,
bank,
it just
in
doesn't
total
make
have
any
$2
sense to me.
trillion.
Like,
and if you take that amount of money and you say, why is it that you need the guarantees because there's this risk of loss? And how much loss can those actually guarantee without the consequences of that? That becomes a very limited amount of money relative to the challenge. And so as we go through each one of those cases, congratulations on the $1 billion, but it's not a drop in the bucket. And so if we're really dealing with the practicality, however we get there, moral suasion is getting us what we got, 1/6 of the amount of money that's needed, okay? And I know it, I see it. The institutional investors around the world, I know them. I've lived in that world, and I know myself. And so I know that there is entrepreneurship. And when I was on this in COP28, I was overwhelmed by entrepreneurs who I want to invest in. There is a point right now that there's the amount of money that is going in. And so if I know that institutional money, it's only 0.3% of institutional money goes in, and they want to invest. So now, just as a practical man, I think, okay, the power of putting together philanthropy, which on the one hand is willing to lose the money to be able to produce a result.
I don't
But what
understand
is
why
the
they're talking
best
about
impact
philanthropy,
of
though.
that? The
It's like
best
so
impact of that, I
fucking
think,
easy.
is to take the risk that to finance one form of capital or another, and to make the capital markets effective, because we're right at that brink, I think, and it produces innovation. So I think as we go back to that particular question, however we get there, we have to get there. And so all I'm talking about is the practical ways of getting there.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Mafalda, I'd love to turn to you for a final thought. We're regrettably out of time. As you continue this effort to mobilize more capital from countries around the globe, what is your singular message to them? How do you articulate the urgency of the case and how the capital stack lines up in a way that allows more people to crowd in?
I go back to my question. You know, we have demonstrated, so I don't think we are in disagreement here and with what Ray is saying. We have demonstrated that the type of capital that philanthropic would bring, which has been very minimum for climate, as we have heard, that type of capital has been public capital. Public capital by developed countries has been put to that effect in funds like the Green Climate Fund and other avenues. And it's basically taking risks or guaranteeing a certain level of returns. And we know
Man, these
that
people suck.
there are interested, as Ray said as well, institutional capital is interested in investing more, as long as they can that there can be some reassurances of some level of return. And I've even spoken to some, and they have said that they are willing to not go into double digits for emerging markets or developing countries, but returns in the single digit, as long as there's certain guarantee of that.
The carrier's
return.
dead. We lost.
So we just basically need to mobilize. And I was saying in an event the other day, normally our experience has been that type of capital has been 10% of the total investment. So if we can mobilize more of the philanthropic with our own capital and unlock through vehicles, new funds, new structures, new financing structures, I think we can really bring this to a new scale.
Thank you. Well, I have many more questions for all of our panelists, but we are truly out of time. The red light is flashing. My only hope, if I leave you with one thought, is just to build on something Ray said. Let not a tragedy of practicality impede us from doing this critical work. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Are we gonna kill this guy or not? Like, I'll help you with him if you're gonna fucking shoot at him, actually.
The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead.
But you gotta fucking hit him, dude. You can't just be like taking like 1K off his health. You gotta like hit him. Yeah, really hit him.
Light a cigar.
It doesn't matter, we're dead. We got nothing over here. I think as soon as that carrier died, that was it. That was the end of our fucking chances. That was the last we had. Next. Actually, I think I'm done. I'm gonna get out of this, hopefully. If this game lets me out, I'm getting out. Don't put me in another match, you fucking game. Alright. For another match. I don't know why. I don't know why we're in another match. I didn't want to be in one. So done. What's this guy saying? No, I don't want that video. Background. I don't think so. Oh, this will be interested. This is how to get ahead while others lose their jobs in the AI world.
How do we make sure it doesn't kill us? Or how does it make sure it doesn't enslave us? Or is that massively affected by this AI? At the edges, yes. Things like programming, where you're talking to computers, massively. I mean, now basic programming, the bar is raising fast, fast, fast. And so you've got everything from knowledge work to heavy industry. I think it affects just about everything, but some areas far more than others. The two areas that I think it will affect the most are probably healthcare and education. Neither of those are fit for purpose. We're in America, we know that, you know, but across the world, no one's really happy with their kids' schooling. And again, medical care, we all, if anything goes slightly wrong outside the norm, we all know how frustrating it is. We can finally have personalized education and healthcare at a fraction of the price. And the two biggest drivers of US inflation over the last decade, education and healthcare. They make up about 80% of the increase. So that will be disruptive. And then, like I said, any type of knowledge work will be disruptive.
How
And
are
we're
you
not sure how
defining knowledge
fast.
work? Because so my own self, what we do is education. That's a big part of it, but
Yeah.
also just content creation. And so when I look at the fact that we can already clone my voice,
Yeah.
we can already create a Tom bot that will answer questions I have answered before in a very similar fashion to how I will answer them. In our video game flow, we're already making 3D objects, which so when we looked at, I don't know, 2 months ago, I thought, okay, this is still 12 to 18 months away. 45 days later, we're using it actively in
Yeah.
our pipeline. You've got text to video, which still a little awkward, but it's getting better insanely fast. We do all of our concept art now in AI. So we have, as a company that doesn't even have like an AI expert on board, we're just learning as we go. We're already deploying it like crazy. And when I look out, not even, 3 years, when I look out a year, all of this stuff starts to very rapidly become a centralized point. And so we're already saying, I don't need to hire more people. I just need to make my people more efficient.
Yeah.
And so that, an entertainment company didn't even make the list that you just said. So there's a lot of people that I think are going to get disrupted by this, that may not be like the most extreme, but how far down do you see this trickling?
Anything you can do in front of a computer, basically.
Goes away or just becomes augmented?
The bar lifts. The quality expectations are higher. AI is not going to replace humans. Humans with AI will replace humans that don't use AI. Because you can see that in your workflows right
No,
now.
AI is
There was
absolutely
a
gonna
paper by
replace humans.
OpenAI
What the
where they
fuck?
estimated 15 to 50% of tasks get automated or improved. And so, it affects people in different ways. You have a company where you've built a culture and you're building 3D assets. It becomes amazingly more efficient. We just released, we contributed and collaborated on a 10 million 3D object data sets. So by next year, you'll be generating 3D literally live. In a couple of years, you'll have HD movies. We can finally remake Game of Thrones Season 8 and other such travesties,
That was a fan.
But
I don't know why
the
he doesn't
speed
like.
of this is something whereby
That
it's
was so
happening in
great. I
every
don't know why
media
he
type
doesn't
at
like
the
it.
same time, and it's
Daenerys
easy
was
to
always
use.
the fucking
Web3 had some great ideas,
red herring.
but it tried to
You
create
knew
a
it in
system
season
outside the
2 if you
existing
paid
system,
any
and all the money
attention
was made
to
and
any
lost at the
movie
interface.
ever before in your
This is
entire
just so
life.
seamless because there's no friction. Your mum can use this technology. You can use this technology. You don't need to be an expert because it came and was trained from our content and our collective content, as it were. And now it's just easy to implement and use. So I think this is the big differentiator between this and other massive advances because they required infrastructure. The internet, there was the big lift up, You had the consumption period of Web 2 when the cost of consumption dropped to zero. Now the cost of creation is dropping to zero, and humans plus AI can massively outperform
I love that
humans
he's using
don't.
the term consumption
It's a
in this
forcing function, which
this
means
video.
everyone has to use it.
'Cause it
And
used to
this
be a
again
disease,
is
right?
dual in that
And
it can
now
be
it's
disruptive, but it can also create massive value.
Consumerism, right?
Yeah, so I'll agree with that. I think that, so I guess let me lay out my whole thesis for you and for everybody listening, because I want to take us through what I think is very real doom and gloom, and I'm not doing it to be a naysayer. I'm
Yeah.
doing it because I think these are going to be the things we have to contend with. And if people go into this blindly, which I think they're doing right now, I think most people are burying their head in the sand. They are not paying attention to this, and they're going to wait until something really forces their hand, and by then it's too late.
Yeah, the way that I put that is this is like COVID before Tom Hanks.
Yes, very well said.
Everyone's talking about this. Your mum's talking about this. But the Tom Hanks and the NBA made it real.
Very true. And then we had a very poor response, which I have a feeling will be very similar to what we do now.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how I see this going. I think right now for the next year, let's call it, it's going to be, you need to learn how to use it. This will be your window to get efficient. Companies probably aren't going to start lopping people off yet. But I'll just say within my own company, so when I think about filmmaking, I went to film school, so I'm very experienced in this flow. And even in a 3D world, to create, let's say, a short cinematic, so it's like a mini movie but done digitally. I mean, you might have 35 people touch that thing, from the creation of the assets through the moving of the camera, special effects. You might have 50 people touch that. And if that really does become text to output, now 50 people become one.
Yeah.
And so when you get a 50-to-1 ratio in certain areas, obviously it's not going to be like that everywhere, but when you have certain areas that go from 50-to-1, take programmers. I've heard you say there will be no programmers, because writing code is just a way to talk to a computer. And if you have AI that will interface with the computer for you, why would you ever need to write code? So that's
this
going to
guy's so fucking dumb and
roll
doesn't
through
like
society. That is just going to mow people
that
over.
level is not
So again,
right.
I'll give him 12 months, but
I mean,
even in my
eventually
own company,
programmers
if
are
you're
going to
not
be
actively
replaced,
trying
but
to find a way to integrate it
but
into your
yeah.
job function, I'm already
I don't
looking
know.
at you
If you
sideways.
just wanted to like check and
A
see what was
year
going
from
on
now,
underneath the
if
hood of
you're
your
not
AI, for example,
really good at either documenting how it is completely useless in your job function or showing how you're using it, we will find somebody that can do it. I'll be shocked if a year from now we don't have a head of AI. So 3 years from now, I think this has created a crisis of
Head of
meaning
AI.
for a lot of people. And I don't know if you remember that, the whole learn to code thing where it was like, hey, AI is going to put drivers out of work. They're going to be the first to go. And everybody was like, teach them how to code. Now, the way people responded to that always confused me, because that was the right answer at the time. Now, knowing what I know about code replacing, not so much. But you have to go learn a new skill. There is no other option other than going on the dole, right? So you're either going to learn something new or you're just going to forfeit your career, basically. So what do you think about that? Do you agree that that is a very real thing that's going to sweep through?
I do agree. I think that, again, we're not sure exactly how this is going to pan out, but probably the best mental model I figured out to think about this technology is like really talented grads that occasionally go a bit funny. They can draw, they can code, they can make 3D models. How would your business be affected if you could push a button and infinite grads came out? How would your personal life, your society? Again, this is why I think it's quite deflationary. The only question is, can we create new jobs to make up for that? And that's difficult. Because
Do you think we can?
I doubt we can, to be honest. I think this is an economic disruption that's far bigger than COVID, and the important thing here is COVID, you had the disruption, then everything bounced back. You got record employment now and things like that. With this, there's a lot of never the same again. It's like you talk to your kid's school teacher, I can't set essays for homework anymore because of ChatGPT.
What the fuck is spotting me right now?
And there's no way to stop that. So what is never the same again? And it's happening everywhere all at once. So this technology isn't just like, there's a bar of entry where you needed to have a modem,
What
you
the
need
fuck
like
is
a
spotting me?
smartphone or something like that. It has an embedded base that it's seamlessly going into. Look how fast Microsoft implemented on the consumer side.
There's nothing near me.
But
Oh, there's this
enterprise is
guy,
not ready
okay.
yet. It's like you're at the iPhone 2G stage, you just got copy-paste. And next year and the year after, you suddenly at the iPhone 10. Entire app stores get built because of the demand, because it's valuable.
Now it's spotting me.
What's
What the
happening
fuck?
here. Again,
can't
with the
get away from
comparison to Web3, you had to bootstrap value because it wasn't valuable. And you hoped the value would come. There's product market fit today. You're using it in your own company. And so this is one of my big concerns, and that's one of the reasons I decided to do open source. So I could stimulate growth. Because I think the only thing that can basically fill the gap is if we stimulate entrepreneurs to create
Now
brand new
it's spotting
businesses,
me.
brand new jobs. Because I think demand will stay for a while.
Demand for what?
demand for good things,
we're
good
dead.
assets,
Fuck it.
with the way that money flows around the economy.
Next match.
So
No,
I was
no, no, no.
speaking
I wanna
at
exit.
Cannes
Oh,
a
fuck.
few weeks ago, film festival, and you know I love movies. My first
Okay,
job, I
got
was a
out.
movie reviewer. You know,
Really?
yeah,
Close
British
one.
Independent Film Awards, Rain Dance Film Festival, other things.
All right, so
Lots
how
of
much?
you were big into
How much
video
battery
game
speed we got?
investing.
200K.
I did not know
Nice.
that you were
Alright.
a film critic.
I
That's
love
interesting.
stories.
Mhm.
That's how I kind of understood people because of my Asperger's and other things. And so
Task 8.
I said to this: the video game industry has gone from 70 billion to 180 billion over the last decade, and the average Metacritic score has gone from 69% to 74%. The average movie is 6.4 on IMDb for the last decade, and the industry's gone from 40 billion to 50 billion. What happens when you can make better movies? I think the market expands, because the limiting factor is awful movies, in my opinion.
All right, let me run something by you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a really dark view of not the next 12 months. So call it year 2 to year 6.
Yeah.
So it'll be a 3 to 4 year sort of span.
I'll be
where
right
I
back. I'm gonna
think
end the stream though.
there's going to be emotional devastation and probably economic devastation. But even if the economic devastation